Are you kidding? Oh my God. I'm gonna tag them in it. I'm gonna tag them in it. Smith family ambassador. Fucking Smith family ambassador. But I'm here. Thanks, Kim. Appreciate you. Fucking Smith family ambassador. That is just so much worse. That is so much worse. To sit there and smirk and laugh and yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I would flip. But I think flipping is the right response in that situation. Like, no shame to Geordie. No shame to Geordie. But I think, yeah, actually, Geordie reached out to me and we, like, talked about exactly this, that the fact that when you've got that lived experience, the rage is always just right below the fucking surface. Like, I am ready to fall in a minute at this shit. Like, oh, you've got to be joking me. Oh, are they? They're trying to get her image up. They're trying to get her image up, but she's a fucking cunt. So how are they going to manage that? Now watch me get flagged for inappropriate content. I need to not do that. I need to not get so violently aggressive. But yeah, like, guess who's here, motherfuckers? Hey, Emery, the Lord and Savoury. Now that you're here, I can make an announcement. Team, I figured out when Festivus is. Festivus for the rest of us. Instead of celebrating Christmas, because that's a pagan holiday that has been pushed to push the narratives of capitalism, we have Festivus for the rest of us, where we have the airing of the grievances. If anyone's familiar with Seinfeld, you'll be familiar with the reference. And it's in April, so it's coming up very shortly, actually. Yeah, we're going to bring out the Festivus poll. It's coming up very, very shortly. It's in April. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. You have to use the safe word if you're serious, Emery. Otherwise, I'm going to keep going. It's actually, I believe, yeah, it's in 10 days. I know how quickly you can type. I was going to say, I know how quickly you can type. So the fact that you didn't get the safe word out, I was like, no, I'm good. I can say it. It's in 10 days. The birth of our Lord and Savoury, Festivus for the rest of us, is on the 21st of April. So mark it in your calendars. We're going to have a big day of streaming. We're going to have a cake. Stop. No. Why? Am I so high that I have got the wrong date? Have I got the wrong date? Well, it has to be gluten-free because 90% of us have Crohn's. Have I got the wrong date? Did I fuck up? Oh, it is the right date. Yeah, cool. I knew I committed it to memory. I don't commit much to memory. I can't even remember my own children's birthdays, but I knew I remembered that one. Yeah, they do. That's when they have Christmas. We're having Festivus instead. Yeah, bring out the Festivus poll. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I was gonna say, Rach, did you want to come? Like, did you want to do a I don't know, like a through StreamYard? You can stream to your own destination. Did you want me to send you the link? Did you want to jump over on here? I mean, no pressure, obviously. Oh, did you just run away? I feel like the minute I suggested coming on screen, Rach just went whoop, out of the way. Yes, one of the children's did commit to putting that date on their calendar. It's going to be a very big celebration. So yes, everyone needs to get ready for Festivus for the rest of us. I'm excited that we are here today. We're gathered here today. Even though it is not necessarily a special occasion, but I did want to talk about obviously the what we've been doing with information for squatters. I just every time I remember the way that she's like, so they're just camping in homes without electricity. God give me strength so I don't smack a bitch. Oh, Lord and Savory. Oh, the school holidays are killing me. I cannot wait till they're over. So close. So close. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Pingers did manage to dismantle the project with simple human decency, and it was embarrassing to see. Like when she's like, "Do you really think encouraging people to break into people's homes is the right answer?" And he's like, "Well, do you think it's right people are sleeping rough on the street while there are millions of empty homes around this country?" And she's like, "No, I don't." And he's like, "Okay, well, I think we need to address that through policy. All right, in the meantime, there are people sleeping rough on the streets. Like, what do we do for them in the meantime?" While we're trying to tackle the never-ending policy cycle, where again, let's not forget, as we spoke about when we were talking about the right of adverse possession, that right remains with the Crown as well. It's the right for them to take your home to build a freeway if they need to. It's the right to decide that it's more important that traffic's to be able to flow through somewhere than you have a home somewhere. To be honest, she was worse than Steve, in my opinion. She was. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you didn't run. Okay. Oh, okay. Isaac's in the office doing work calls, so you can't. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, she was. She was so much worse than Steve because of her condescending bullshit, because of how condescending, and that's why liberals are worse for the cause. And this is the other reason I get so pissed off at the Greens, because those right-leaning Greens in particular, liberalism and liberals and like the Labor Party are so much worse for the cause than the far right conservatives. Because when you have someone on the extreme, and this is also why we need someone who is far to the extreme of the Greens. The Greens aren't going to get anywhere unless there is a further more extreme leftist movement. They have to give up their spot. They have to start pointing to being able to point to someone else and being like, but look at them, they're so much more extreme than we are. We're saying, like, let's provide affordable housing. They're saying, take back everyone's fucking homes. You have the right of adverse possession. Like, if the government, this is why we need the Housing First Party, and this is why we're going to just fucking do it. Like, we're doing it, guys. We're just fucking doing it. We're doing the fucking party, okay? We're running for federal government. We're going to run for state first as a bit of a, not as like a proper campaign, but like I'm just going to throw my hat in the ring for the state just so I get the chance to get everywhere and say it. But for the federal, we're running for the federal election on the grounds of housing for everybody. And we're just fucking saying the government can do it. And the fact that they're choosing not to is a choice. They're making a political choice to prioritize wealth of the few over the well-being of the many. And it is a political choice they're making, and we can force them to make a different political choice. And we can be that more extreme party. And when people go, you're splitting the left, it's like, that's not how it works. You need to be able to be the option that the Greens can point to and say, at least we're not them. Because that's what the Liberals have with Pauline Hanson. That's what Labor have with the Liberals. The reason Labor keep winning elections isn't because they're great. It's because they're better than the Liberal Party. Let's be fucking honest. The Greens need a leftist movement they can point to and say, at least we're better than them. That's how they win more votes. That's how they actually, like, this is what pisses me off as well about Greens membership, who are just so politically ignorant. They understand that their lives would be better with these particular Greens policies, but they don't understand political ideology. They don't understand the way that people's brains work when it comes to political ideologies and discourse. You know, they don't understand how their own brains when it comes to political ideology and discourse. And so of course they don't understand everybody else's either. Sorry, I know I'm rambling and not talking to anybody except myself, but I am stellar conversation. I don't know if you've noticed. Steve going straight to force the sale was like, what? Yeah, I get ya. I mean, you can if you want to. I don't mind. Steve going straight to force the sale was like, what? But going off King. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It is always going to prioritize the needs of the state and the needs of the bourgeoisie class over the needs of individuals, over the needs of us. And so what is so fucking wrong about using their own weapons and systems against them? You're not wrong and I'm in. Yeah. Workers should represent themselves in their own interests separate from parliamentary politics. Yeah, I know. Greens membership. Side eye. Side eye. We all know who we're talking about when we're talking about the Greens membership, don't we? The ones who are ignorant of politics but are members of the Greens. Hey, I'm more than happy to be the leftist scapegoat as well. I'm more than happy. And I even said this to pingers. Like 90% of the comments I already get are hate comments. Like, what the fuck? I don't give a shit. Every other week, Libs of TikTok gets a hold of one of my videos. I pointed out to them that this push towards individualism and like individual strength and like that it was a fascist ideology. And they were like, Libs of TikTok, a hold of it was like overusing fascism again. And I'm just like, oh God, people don't understand fascism anymore. People don't understand fascism and it's scary. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But what I really want to do is dismantle the idea for everybody. And I think this is the other way to do it as well, because I feel like running in the state as a bit of a joke is a good way to start. But I feel like highlighting to everybody and just pointing out the policy that if they wanted to, they could. You know what I mean? Like, if they wanted to, they could. They're not, because they're choosing not to.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hello.
I'm not turning my camera on because I'm not prepared for that. But
Festivus for the rest of us. Yeah, no, fair enough. All right, I'm going to jump over. I'm going to read the messages on this side again. I can see Emery's back over here now, so now I'm going to jump back over here. So yes, anyway, that was me ranting for a while. Don't mind. Someone must be cutting onions next door or something. Oh, yeah. Steve Price just being totally, but no one would leave a home abandoned. When the opening scene of the project's own segment was Geordie pushing open the door of an abandoned home. Like, are you kidding me? What is wrong with people? Yes? Sorry. It's school holidays. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt the peace in your home, children.
I know, as if it's been peaceful. They've been home the whole time.
Yeah. I've got my dog sitting here giving me side eye. She's on heat right now.
Oh no, poor thing.
I know, it's the first one.
I know. Oh my goodness, this comment. The posh Australian laughter while talking about people dying in the cold had to be sharpening the pitchforks. Absolutely. This is exactly why I was like, I need to scream, because it's like at
Did
you.
you see this thing? I can't remember where I saw it, and I went live last night on the way home from getting dinner and taking my dog to the vet, and then my live got reported for dangerous vehicular use or something like that, because I was a passenger in a car, presumably. And I didn't get to finish my thought. But did you see, I can't remember if it was like an article or if it was a research piece that had been, for some reason I think that it was a research piece that had been put out by a university, but I genuinely can't remember where I saw it, about the lack of class diversity in media.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a massive, massive class problem in media for sure.
That segment was the most perfect example of that.
I couldn't even get an internship at a media company when I was in high school. Like, they all went to the kids who went to private schools.
Yeah, right. Of course they did.
Yeah.
Well, this thing spoke about too, and maybe it wasn't from a university because it did talk about this, but it spoke about the fact that at some point in the last, decade or whatever, the fee structure for journalism degrees actually changed because it became a less in-demand job.
Yeah.
And they were putting more focus on trying to get people to do teaching degrees and nursing degrees and stuff like that. So they became cheaper, and in comparison to journalism degrees, which became more expensive.
It was part of the...
There's always the private, those kinds of kids that could
It was
Go
part of the
niche
same.
job.
It was part of the same that made like my degree in legal theory more expensive, while also making the kids who did business laws degrees cheaper. It happened at the same time. So me doing legal theory and understanding the basis of the law and where it comes from, and the theory underpinning it, and why laws exist in certain ways, and therefore being able to rationally reason and understand the law. Yeah, that's now harder to get. But if you just want to be able to just, and this literally, this is what you did in the business, because I did the business law unit out of curiosity. It's literally just wrote like, these are the steps, like do these steps, this is the outcome, like you win the case. Like literally, it's all just, there's no critical, like critical thinking is very limited in business law. They don't want you to think critically.
No, exactly, because then you question where the laws come from and
Yeah.
how they're being used.
And yeah, fascism, we are descending solidly into fascism because fascism is being normalized, Emery. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. Wait,
Like
to
the media sculpts our whole culture in such a disgusting way. 100%. That's exactly what it does.
Yeah.
Political affiliations too.
Emery just said, mate, they can't even manage hair texture diversity. Literally. Oh God. Yep. 69 YouTube subscribers really is a good spot to be at. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Yeah. Okay, I've caught up with the chat now. I feel like I'm not missing anything. I've caught up with the chat. Void the new and improved community-driven religion. Yes, community-driven religion. Absolutely. Where it's not about giving to a church, it's about like finding causes within the community and being able to impact them in positive ways. I did just post as well on, just so that everyone's aware that I might be getting inundated in the next couple of days. I posted on Geordie's X thread that if anyone knows of any vacant homes in like the south of Western Australia, particularly in the Great Southern region, to DM me directly, because I'm currently dealing with 130 families who are sleeping rough, and we're coming into winter.
What are they, just like camping out with no electricity?
Yeah, they are, funnily enough, in like tents and stuff. I know, and no running water, like either. It's really funny because, like, when you're indoors, you have access to running water, but when you're outdoors, you don't. And that's like one major benefit of being in an abandoned house versus not, because they won't cut off the water, even if the house is abandoned. I know, the fucking audacity.
And your tent can't be kicked down by the cops or the council trying to move you off.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't come home from work to find the cops have pulled down your tent and left your kids sitting there crying.
Oh my gosh.
Like, literally.
I can't fucking believe that she. I just can't believe that she said that. I can't believe.
Oh, gross.
I can't believe that Geordie. They, like you said, they did that intro. They showed the abandoned house. Geordie very clearly has an abundant list of like, he didn't just make this up out of nowhere. He's clearly getting responses.
Yeah.
He's got hundreds of responses and addresses.
Yeah.
And they're treating him like he's they're treating him like this is a made up imaginary.
Yeah, imaginary problem. Like, like the fact that they're sitting there going, like, are you really getting people responding? Like,
What is this program? You fucking.
oh my gosh. That is one worry about the tiny house movement, and that is something that I'm working on. I'm actually working on regionally, trying to get the local governments to accept tiny houses on properties as an acceptable dwelling, so that they're not subjected to the 3-month rule, so that we can start getting, because we've worked out, I've got it all up here on my board, we've worked out that we can build a tiny house for $50,000 for a family of 4, for 50 grand. So if we can get the council to accept tiny homes as an acceptable dwelling, we can then approach the CommBank in particular is offering quite a large sum of money to people who are coming up with unique solutions to this. So working with one of the tiny house builders, we're going to approach them about getting funding to do it. And then they're going to just build us shells and hopefully the women's shelter down here will be able to help us get them fitted out and kitted out for people, so we can then just like hand over the keys. So again, people can, there are plenty of people around town on the Facebook page as well who said they're more than happy to give up their front lawn for someone to park a vehicle on if the council will allow it. So it's just about trying to get the council to come on board now.
And there are people with more substantial properties who may have some kind of acreage and whatnot.
Plenty out this way. Plenty.
Just people that have got a acreage or a paddock out the back.
Yeah.
And would be happy for people to have caravans, buses, whatever it might be on there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There are plenty who are offering it and have been told they're not allowed, for sure.
Yeah, and yet these slumlords are given approval by the same councils for these fucking dilapidated sheds to be rented out for a profit.
Yeah.
It boggles my mind.
It's ridiculous. It's insanity. It's insanity. Jazzy just made the comment, any law enforcement body that feels justified tearing down people's homes, I'm not going to even call them tents, I'm just going to call them homes, should have fascism on the side of their car, because it's 100% like, and you think about, you look at different societies throughout time that have developed these sort of shanty towns where they've made little dwellings and things, where they've been able to build community, where they've been able to get access to other services, where they've been able to support each other, where they've been able to sort of live outside of the capitalist framework. So whenever we say that the police are there for our protection, no, they're not. They are there to ensure capitalism's survival. It's there to protect property and property rights. And like, that's why the police were developed. That's what the police are for. And every time we see them acting, we need to remember that, like move on notices, all this bullshit that the police do in like their community outreach side of the work that they do as well. Don't forget, like this is all when they're patrolling the streets, that's part of their community outreach work. All of it is designed to ensure that there are no coming together places, that we're not building communities outside of the official paradigm, what they want us to and how they want us to connect, because they can't control it.
So true.
Yeah. I think if this is an imaginary problem of these non-existent homeless people happy to have a roof and running water and these imaginary empty homes that stay empty for decades, then why the big sudden furore? Exactly, Emery. Yeah. If these empty homes, if the empty homes are imaginary and the homeless people are imaginary, why do you fucking care? Channel 10. Oh, she makes me so angry. She makes me so angry.
With her fucking ugly haircut.
Karen haircut. It's the titular Karen look she's got going on.
100%.
Yeah, problem is the council won't allow them and it goes all NIMBY. We've actually been approaching council members one at a time individually, and we've been having some good success. So one of the councillors actually is very, very good friends. One of their children is very good friends with one of my children. So I'm working on him at the moment, yeah. But one of the other ones I've already met with, and he's on side. So we're approaching them sort of one by one. There's another counsellor who sort of already said to us that 100% on board. They think it's a great idea. And they're also working on the councillors as well. Oh, you just finished Black Lives White Law? Yeah. It doesn't it just blow your mind? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, public housing is being sold off in order to subsidise developers under the guise of social housing. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, sorry. What the heck? That they won't accept caravans as dwellings. No, but we're hoping that they will accept the tiny homes. The problem is as well, so the other thing that we're doing, so this is why I want the 2.5 million, guys. This is why we need 2.5 million. So what I want to do is if we do manage to get hold of the land, they've already got cabins set up there. So they're already permanent dwellings set up. So tick, tick. Then we get permission to have tiny homes seen as being permanent dwellings, and we get a few of those built for 50 grand each. Tick, 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 tick. Then we've also got the option for yurt in the dirt. Now these yurts last 10 years. They're fully weatherproof, very, very stable. They're 10 to 15 grand each, depending on the size that you get. But we also get a few of those for people who are not wanting to, they're working towards buying a home or something. They want to stay somewhere cheaper. They don't want to, they don't want a tiny home and the responsibility of that, because they're saving towards something else, so they're working towards something else. They want to stay somewhere cheaper. They can't find rentals. The other option would be living in fucking tents. These are at least substantial enough to, like, they have them set up in areas where they get snowstorms and stuff, and they're fine. So yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yes. Much excitement. Yeah, absolutely. I first learned about squatters' rights when I was 16. A guy at a social group I was in a vacant house. Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? This is the thing as well. This is what people don't get. One of the things when you start pushing for squatters' rights, do you know how other places have overcome? Because people say, abolish squatters' rights. You can't. You start pulling at that thread, and suddenly having titles on properties is an issue, because you don't, like, ownership is 9/10 of the law. You need to possess, like, possession is 9/10 of the law.
Yeah.
You can't possess the land. You possess the title. The right to issue a title is based on adverse possession. So without adverse possession, there is no right to own land. So you can't pull too much at that thread. So do you know what countries that have really strong squatters' rights, do you know how they've overcome it? Companies and organizations that have properties that they can't lease out because they're not at a standard that they can be leased out, hire people to live in those properties, pay them to live in the substandard dwellings. I lived in one. I got paid €80 a week to live in a property that didn't have power, but it had running water, and it was a job. Yeah, I got paid €80 a week to live in the property until I moved out, and they got someone else to live in the property so that I had somewhere to live when I first got there. And they paid me to do it, so that then they had someone living and dwelling in the property. Squatters couldn't move in and claim squatters' rights. That's how they stay. So again, you've got someone who's getting housing and employment because you've got really strong squatters' rights that then the capitalism has to try and find a way to overcome. But that's, like, you know what I mean? I know that I'm not at all saying that the Norwegian model is the best model, because again, I understand that there's issues with the fact that they've just moved their slave labor to the global south, but internally, when you look at the way that they manage these conflicts internally, they're doing something right. Yeah. It's the twitchy thing, pays nothing. Better off having some point channel that both PayPal make some dollars. Yeah, look, we're working on making this a career. We're working.
No, Edie, hang on. I'm just going to jump off, and if you're still on, I'll come back on. I think my dog just vomited.
Oh, no. Oh, poor puppy.
Did you just vomit and then eat it?
Oh, no. Norwegian's oil is a fun thing to behold. Yeah.
Okay, jump off, I'll come back.
No worries. Chatterbot regardless. I just want emotes. Okay, do I have to do that, or can you just do that, though? Like, I would be so happy if you could just do that. Like, I have no problem with other people just taking over and doing stuff. I just, Yeah, no, exactly. That's exactly what I was talking about with that model. Now, again, there are issues within their system and their framework. Not at all saying that they're not. There isn't. But I will say, sorry, I forgot to put the link in the chat. I will say, here we go. No link posted. There's the link. Yeah, gaslighting the Discord. I know. Whoopsies. I didn't mean to gaslight the Discord. Sorry, guys. I just realized I gaslit the Discord. But yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about with the Norwegian model. So yes, while I will say that there are problems within the system for sure, at least because they're trying to avoid people squatting in the properties, they will employ people to live in the abandoned property, because they can't rent them out, but they'll pay someone to live in it so that they don't have the hassle of dealing with squatters. There's a solution. No, don't worry. I put the links up. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'll put this link up then instead to the Ko-fi. And I just want to say thank you as well to all the new wonderful Ko-fi subscribers. On my video, I wanted to ask if I am going to put like a Ko-fi only, members only video up later tonight. And I also wanted to ask the Ko-fi subscribers if they wanted to have their names like in the end credit scenes on my videos or anything like that. I'll put it on the Ko-fi page so they can answer on there. But yeah, and I am going to put up my first of my 3 Ko-fi only subscriber videos. So the first one is on liberalism. The next one's going to be on fascism. So that one's coming next. And the video on crime is also coming out this week. Ah, shit. Guess I got to traverse the labyrinth. Yeah, you got to go traverse the labyrinth to find the Ko-fi. Yeah, absolutely. Surely it would be cheaper to make it livable in the long run and rent it out legally. For sure, for sure. So the place that I was living in was a warehouse. It was an abandoned warehouse. So it was more for commercial buildings over there. But yeah, absolutely. What it did mean was that there wasn't this glut of rental properties that were left off the market. Owners would maintain the properties to ensure that they were livable and could be permanently rented out so that they didn't have to deal with squatters' rights. Again, another funny quirk of the system when you have balance within the system, when you actually do have balance within the system. Or you could just tear the whole system down. I'm all for that as well. Either way. Yeah, they don't want to, so they want to wait for them to be able to knock them down for rebuilds, which is again why, the problem there though is that they then want to make them unaffordable for people. Yeah, there's a lot of social policy that would be a lot cheaper to do if we did the humane solution. But it doesn't get done because they want to play the capitalist game. It's all about profit. It's all about profit over people. And anyone who says that the system isn't set up that way is absolutely being ignorant. They are 100% of being ignorant. I am actually going to just jump on. While I'm doing this, I'm going to jump onto my TikTok quickly, and I am going to update that. Where is it? Where's the video? Oh, yeah, here we go. Edit the hair. Edit. Why can't I edit? Oh, go away. Go away. Go away. Why is it not working? Allow, whatever. Page unresponsive. Oh, that's why it's not working. Okay, no worries. Where is it? Oh, it's just on my TikTok page. It's the last video I made, ranting about the project. So it's the last video that I made on TikTok. I am going to not do that one. I'm going to do that one. I'm going to delete. Yeah. Sorry, coming back. Yeah, no. Absolutely. There's nothing like a filthy anarchist with half a law degree, guys. Absolutely. Kim, that's got to go on the shirt. That's got to go on the shirt. That has got to go on the shirts. Nothing like a filthy anarchist with half a law degree. Oh, you're just joking. Right, because of the labyrinth. Oh my goodness. That is the fucking best. That's going on a shirt. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm going to embroider shirts and I'm going to put them on the Ko-fi for sale as well to put money towards the communist revolution. We're making money for the communist revolution. I called it. Whoopsies. Sorry. I'd buy it. See? I'm getting out my embroidery machine. Maybe I'll do that on another live, maybe on like a weekend live. I'll do like a special live stream where I embroider shirts. You guys could watch me embroider shirts if you're up for it. Oh, opinions. I can't remember the funny shit people said previously to the channel existing. That's okay. That's all right. I'm sure we'll remember them bit by bit. I'm sure we'll remember them. People will recall the funny shit they said. People are really good at remembering the times that they've told a funny. So people will be able to remind us. If you have said a funny quote that belongs on a shirt, put it in the Discord, guys. Put it in the Discord. We're going to make shirts. I'm going to embroider them on shirts so that we can sell them on. There's only going to be one of a kind because they're either going to come from out of my wardrobe or from the secondhand shop. So they'll all be one of a kind. Yeah. And I don't know. What are we doing for? Like the price of the shirt plus $2 plus shipping. And then bit by bit, we'll build up the movement. Sorry, I need to stop giggling. Imagine having some hairy company steal your warehouse and then live in it. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, absolutely. You need ones that's like corrupted text. It's just like void. Yep, void bringer. I want to get shirts that say void bringers. Like we are the void bringers. Oh, poor Rach. The dog must have vomited. Oh, my coffee. Where did I leave my coffee? Shit. Don't yell at me when you see I'm not wearing my boot either. No, giggle more, actually. Yeah, void bringers. Don't yell at me when I'm not wearing my boot. When you see that I'm not wearing my boot. I also have to tell you guys something. I got on the script bandwagon because for ages, I know, no boot, but for ages I had a script, but I never used to get it filled because I also had a friend that I would just get it from. But obviously with the weather's been chaotic, and so it's been impossible to source stuff. And actually, oh, there you are, Rach, you're back. Because I've got to tell you about this. I'm going to send you the link because through this company, the scripts are like half price. Guess how much it cost me for 30 grams?
What? How much?
$200.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's slay.
Yeah. And it was $59 for the consult.
Oh, is that all?
Yep.
That's cheaper than the regular doctor.
Yep. And it took less than a week from the time I first applied to the time they're now sending me my stuff.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Why are you supposed to be wearing a boot?
Oh, because I broke my foot.
Why did you do that?
This is so we were at IKEA on the weekend, and I kept every time, not on the weekend. When were we at IKEA? Every Tuesday. Yeah, on Tuesday when we were at IKEA, I kept like making out like Emery had run over it and broken my foot. It was really funny.
Oh my God, this is gonna be hilarious.
Yeah, but no, that's not what happened. I got up from the table and my foot was asleep, and so I kind of stood on the side of it, and it just went crunch. So yeah, standing up.
A very strenuous physical activity.
Yeah, very, very strenuous. And the worst part is, it actually feels great now. But whenever I stand up for too long, it gets fucking swollen. It just swells up like a balloon. It's ridiculous.
No.
But yeah,
how long are you meant to have the boot for?
4 months.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? 4 months?
Yeah.
How bad did you break it?
Not very bad at all.
Why 4 months?
Well, because as the doctor said to me, you managed to break it by standing up on it. If you don't let it heal properly, you'll break it again by standing up on it again. So, yeah.
Oh no.
So that's why 4 months. I'm just gonna pop out of the frame.
Nightmare of wearing the boot for 4 months.
Yeah.
What a nightmare. I could not actually handle that amount of time. I remember when I was younger, I broke my arm, and I thought I was going to die having like a cast on my arm, like with your arm bent up. And I was complaining, and like, you know, because of course my parents never recognised that I was neurodivergent. Of course not. I was just being a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
As it was at the time, you know. And I kept on complaining that like my elbow, the inside of my elbow was hurting inside of my cast because my arm was bent in the cast. And my mum kept on telling, stop being a pain in the ass, stop being a pain in the ass.
No.
Like, you shouldn't have broken your arm, and it wouldn't. And I was like, whatever. Anyways, I go to the doctor to was when I was under.
I sent the kids to go get it for me.
The person putting the plaster on thought that I was only meant to have a quarter cast, so they started prepping it. They put the back slab on there and everything.
Oh no!
And then during it, we're like, oh shit, she needs to have a long one. We're not going to undo everything we've already done to put the quarter cast on, so we're just going to bend her arm up and keep on building it. And so the back slab started like pushing into the crease of my elbow, and like they had to like extract it from my skin basically, and it formed like a sore under the cast.
No.
And that's what the pain was that I kept on complaining about. Because I was one of those like, you know, neurodivergent kids. Cut all the tags off my fucking clothes. My socks don't feel right. My shoes aren't tied up.
Yeah.
Like, you know. And so mum thought I was just being like that. Which is a valid thing, obviously.
Absolutely, that's valid. And that's the annoying thing too, is that when parents don't take that seriously. I always do with my kids because I know how frustrating it is.
Yeah. She did she was fine about it. Like, she used to put up with well, not put up, I shouldn't say putting up. But anyways, I'm trying to unlearn this language.
Yeah.
She wasn't too bad about it, but like when I...
We also have to learn that it's okay to criticize our parents for their failings. It doesn't mean we don't love them.
Well, yeah, exactly. We're just... I look back on it and laugh because I'm
like,
you know, I don't have children for the reason that I would be annoyed by children complaining to me about shit. So, you know, she just thought it was one of my neuroses. But it was a valid injury.
Yeah. One of the kids is actually, one of the kids, you guys are my kids, no. One of the void bringers, Kim is asking, what kind of dog has Rachel got and when are the puppies due? You're not pregnant?
She's not having puppies.
Yeah, she's on heat, but she's not having puppies, yes.
No, she's, because I got her for like therapy, emotional support purposes, she's a like purebred from a reputable, very good breeder. So I'm not allowed to
breed her.
She's very beautiful, and people ask me all the time if I'm going to have puppies from her, and I'm like, we're not actually allowed.
Yeah. My mum has one as well who she's trying to train at the moment. She's going to breed her because of her temperament, so she can train the puppies to be service animals, to be therapy dogs.
Cute.
Because she's got a very, she's not a service dog herself, but she's got a very, very mild temperament, and she does always sense when people aren't well. Like, she'll go and rest her head on their lap, and like she's very
in tune.
Yeah, very, very in tune, and she's got the right temperament for it. So yeah, so mum's like, I'm going to breed her with another dog of a very similar sort of temperament, and then train the puppies to be to be service animals, to be able to be therapy dogs. So
cute.
Yeah.
What breed is she?
She's a cross. She's a poodle. She's a miniature poodle and a Charles.
Oh, from Charles. Daniel or Cavalier?
Cavalier, I think.
Oh, yeah. Cute.
I think. Yeah, but very, very mild temperament. Like, oh, you made me so aware of my tag. I couldn't not cut it off now. Like, I felt it there. I could feel it there before, but I was like, it's fine, it's fine. Like, the shirt's warm. You don't want to take the shirt off. And now I'm like, no, fuck it. I can't.
No, it says the word tag.
It's like it's just dying. Nah, I need to go. It needs to go. The Chisholm can't. The Chisholm cannot. I need your Twitch login details. Oh, okay. Hang on. Oh, do I have Twitch login details? Oh, fuck. How do I log into Twitch, guys? All right, let me figure out how I log into Twitch. One sec. What are my Twitch login details? Everyone needs my Twitch login details. Sorry, I have to do whatever Emery says. It's the rules. Oh. So how else have you been?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Friggin' exciting, really. We just were house dog sitting for our friends. The day that we went to dog sit is the day that my dog came in heat.
Yeah.
I'm watching your facial expressions.
Oh no, someone gave a tier 1 subscription to my channel. Thank you. I don't know what that means, but I think it means someone's thanks. I appreciate that.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
On what? On the Discord?
Don't know.
Or on YouTube? What does it mean?
Don't know. I have no idea how any of this works. I'm really trying to learn Twitch. I'm trying. I'm not doing I'm not doing very well. No, I didn't sign in to start the stream. That's the thing. I don't have to sign in. I do it via what's it called? It's our StreamYard. Yeah, I do it via our StreamYard. Yes. My darling children. Okay. I don't know how this works.
Why do you have to sign in? What does you need to sign in for?
I don't know.
What's the difference between Discord and Patreon?
Oh, Discord's just like a forum. It's just a group. So you get together and you chat.
And what's Patreon?
Patreon's a subscription service. So it's like Ko-fi. So people can sign up to give you money every month and you can put little exclusive bits and pieces on there for them.
And can you... Right.
So I'm doing...
Discord's not a subscription thing.
No, it's kind of like just signing up to a group chat. Like you remember forums back in the day? Like way back in the day? Yeah, it's like forums back in the day. Yeah.
You have a Patreon?
I have a Ko-fi.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And the first of my Ko-fi exclusive videos is going up tonight. Actually, I should do it. Yeah. Yes, this is exciting. I know.
Are you being a full-time content creator?
I am, I must say. I mean, I'm still obviously doing my work in the community. Not at the moment because it's school holidays. So
yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm streaming 3 days a week and I'm also creating long form videos. So we'll see how it goes, you know.
I need to go over onto YouTube and follow you on there, subscribe on that.
You should also join me, like do the, what do you call it? You can jump on StreamYard and you can stream to your own platform. So we can start, like, I stream to my platform, you stream to your platform, build up your own audience over on the YouTube.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to get onto this.
Yes. You do. Especially with TikTok going down in the US, it's going to become important to diversify.
And I'm so over TikTok currently anyways.
100%.
A joke.
100%. The shit that just gets blocked is ridiculous. I am still trying to figure this out, guys. Sorry. Ugh. Change password. Oh, fuck. How do I do this, guys? I don't know. It's okay, kids. The computer's just so confusing. The computer's just so
It's a
confusing.
different beast.
It really is. I'm just feeling old now. Like it's just getting so complicated. I'm feeling old.
Literally.
Okay. I understand now what my dad used to feel like when we were in the office, and he'd say, Can you just get the thing to connect to the thing for me? And I'd be like, Dad, you just got to go here, 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 and here. And now I'm like, fuck, I've got to go to 6 different places and I don't. How do I enter your password to allow this? Yeah, okay. Oh, far out. Okay. Okay. I'm sure this is really thrilling for everyone too, to be sitting here watching you try and figure out how to log in to fucking trying to figure out how to log into Twitch.
Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes.
That's why I'm not talking, because I'm like, I'm concentrating all of my brain cells to try.
Why isn't it working? It's not working. Enter your No, I want to go. I want to put that in here. Yeah. Oh no, my password's incorrect. Damn it. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Someone said it's not working because you didn't ask Minotaur nice.
Yep. I forgot my manners. I keep treating him like a mindless beast. There is no email associated with that user.
Stop right now.
Fucking hell, I don't even have a Twitch account.
Wait, Emily said, oh, I can put it here. That was for later.
Oh, okay. Well, it's saying, like, I literally, when I security and privacy, I don't even have an email associated. I've got to add an email address. Okay. Okay, cool. Rightio. I'm working it out, guys. It's all right. Save. Whatever.
Thanks for reading the chat out loud to T. That's okay.
No, it definitely means a lot. It definitely means a lot because the chat is very important. The chat is very, very important.
Did you get it?
No, but it is saying that there is a phone number linked to my account, so I can do it through my phone number. So we'll do that later. That's okay.
You never actually logged into it.
No.
You just connected it to your StreamYard and that.
I just told StreamYard to start streaming using this username, and it went okay.
Someone said chat important. You'll make us blood.
Of course, the chat is important. The chat is central.
Of course. What's the point? Without the chat, we might as well just FaceTime.
I was gonna say, fucking absolutely. Without the chat, we might as well fucking FaceTime.
Literally, that's the whole point. point of this. Anyways, I had this fucking
Yeah.
arguing with me this morning, and you'll love this one. This is another reason why I'm getting over TikTok. And I don't even remember how it started. And then they've ended up like coming for me. It was on like a little bit of an older video, not old, but like a couple of months back, about if you FaceTime me later, T, I can sign you through it.
Yeah, yep. I saw that. Yeah.
Who has FaceTime? So 2019. Well, I mean, for private convos, yeah.
Yeah.
Step by step for Vegemite on toast is an American new to Australia. Heaps of butter, a little bit of Vegemite.
Yeah, we've been through this before, Harry James Potter. Like,
you're gonna start running prototypes, Harry.
yeah.
Lots of butter.
You need to start going live and showing us examples of what you're doing if you want more information than that. That's all we can do.
I mean, like butter, like.
Yeah, FaceTime is very deaf culture. That's true. You connected it once and had the stream key. Go to him quick, more mockery. Yeah. Okay. Yep. All right. I'm caught up now. I was an idiot. It's fine. Peanut butter or butter, you mean? Harry James Potter. We've been through this before. Sorry.
Oh my God, what of such importance are you interrupting of theirs?
TV time.
Oh,
TV time. I was going to say they've only got about 15 minutes left of TV time before they've got to go outside.
No, tis precious, the TV time. God forbid they go outside in their yard. They don't know how lucky they are to even have a yard.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing too. Like, I definitely think, as much as I find it so frustrating when we have all the NIMBYs. I'm like, if you want to have the yard, like if you want 800 square meters and a block with like trees and chickens and all the rest of it, move out to the regions. Like, come out here, give up your inner city dwelling, give up your property in Nedlands, your 5 acres in Nedlands, move out to a regional location where you can have all of those things and you have everything you need because you don't need access to everything. Like, there's a hospital up the road. Like, they've got more aged care facilities out here than they have anything else. I don't understand why we have all of these people hoarding all of this property in the inner cities when we could be developing that land for people who need to be in those locations, who have access requirements that mean that they can't cultivate, can't take care of land. Like, there's plenty of people who would be so happy, anyway, whatever. It would just take care of so many housing issues, but whatever.
It's so frustrating too. So, like, I was at a house the other day, without giving away too much to the 9 people that are on here.
Yeah.
I was at a house the other day, and it is owned by acquaintances. They very much paid a ridiculous amount for it. They're in a different tax bracket than you and I.
Yes, right.
And they're in the bracket,
yeah,
the tax bracket where you don't pay tax. It's a huge house. They should have just stayed in the house that they were in before. That was like a decent house with a bigger backyard, bigger space around their pool, everything like that. Same amount of bedrooms, bathrooms, everything. Anyways, they've got this new house. It was like the first time I'd really been in it. And I was like, what a fucking waste of space this monstrosity is.
Yeah.
And it's in a area that's like, close to resources, services, everything in the city that I live in. And, like, great location and newly built in the last couple of years. And this thing only has like 3 bedrooms technically. Then it's got a media room and another room that's apparently meant to be a 4th bedroom, but like could not be a 4th bedroom. It's like next to the garage, but like you have to walk through it to get from the garage to the house, basically.
Yeah.
And it's just not practical to say in a house of that caliber that it's a bedroom. It's not a bedroom. It's like a fucking rec room or where you put like your home gym or something like that. if you were so inclined.
Yeah, or like a theatre room or something, like a TV room.
But it's also got a so
Fucking hell!
I know. And this is where you would set up like a home office or a gym or something like that. Like it's literally just off the garage with a sliding door that goes into the garage. Like, anyways, and like these huge like kitchen, but then relatively small dining and living area. But then like, you've got this backyard. But then the backyard has got this big entertaining kitchen decked area that I suppose is supposed to be like al fresco, like off the kitchen and dining, but like the size of the kitchen proportionate to everything else, like you could like to say, oh, it's for people to be able to entertain, but you can't actually even fit that many people in the other areas to justify a kitchen that large for entertaining. Then you've got this tiny patch of grass that is no bigger than my lounge room.
Such a waste of space.
Like a little plunge pool.
Oh.
There's no space around the sides of the pool for you to even lay by the pool in the sun.
Oh, I know a family who's built. I know a family who did the same thing. They took like a little 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom cottage home on like an 800 square meter block and did the same thing. They turned it into this monstrosity with this plunge pool that took up all of the yard space. It was just ridiculous.
And then they've also got, like, as well as the little pool shed thing by the pool, they've also got like a bar and like a bar room and a bathroom, like a full bathroom attached to it, like as if the backyard's big enough to have a bunch of kids running around and for them to have to rinse off in this bathroom before they go inside, when inside is like right there 3 steps away.
These guys did that too.
Structure that has the bathroom in it, you would double the size of the fucking backyard.
It's like they're copying what they see on those shows like the OC. They have to have a pool house, even though the only thing they can fit in the pool house is a shower and a toilet, because the yard's not big enough for anything else. And the shower and toilet indoors is 5 steps away. And like they have to have the glass fencing around this tiny little fucking plunge pool because they want the aesthetic of that Hollywood lifestyle. But it's just like they don't have the space for it. And the space that they do have, they're so misusing because there's none. Like those big estates that you see on those shows at the OC also have grounds. They also have yards. They also have. They're not taking up their entire. And homes in Netherlands, you see them do that too, where they have to have a tennis court and they have to have a bar and they have to have I used to serve drinks because I used to work for a company that was like a catering company, but we did cocktails. So this is why I had to have my bar manager's card as well, because I was managing a bar every time I ran an event. So I'd be running these events and I'd be serving these kids, like 18-year-olds, obviously, but I had to card them all because you couldn't tell. Like I carded every single motherfucker in that place whenever I was doing this. And like they used to get really pissed at me and I was like, I'm sorry, like how privileged are you that you think that you've hired me a professional. I'm not doing my manager's card because you selfish prick have decided you're going to try and like, no, like be clever about it. Send your friends up to get you a drink, motherfucker. Like, what are you doing?
Literally.
Like what? Don't blame me because you're stupid. Sorry, my kids are really upset with me. Sorry, hang on. I did learn yesterday that the Strata company already had legal action taken against them by the disability housing provider when trying to install access things to the building. So there's a history of them hating disabled people. That will show a history, absolutely. Well, yeah, the problem is that nowadays a lot more, we're having a lot more simping for landlords going on in the legal system, which is annoying. But the good thing is that I think, you might have some more success where you are now. Fingers crossed. Oh, you're fully ignoring the stream. That's okay. They were having a private conversation. That's all right. How to say Potter like an Aussie? Like pothead? Potter. That's what I was told also. Yeah. Different judges and different magistrates have different, like, it's funny because when I had to go up to Perth for my hearing and I mentioned they mentioned the lawyer, that my ex was using, the magistrate was like, oh yes, very familiar with their work. I'm guessing that's why Diane sent you back here, because she didn't want to deal with your lawyer either. Like, the magistrate's known for kicking cases up to, our local magistrate's known for kicking cases up to Perth when they don't want to have to deal with this particular lawyer, because they're just known for being, not getting back to people, like not doing things when they say they're going to, like just letting dates and things lapse. Like, we showed up to court without signed documents because, and I had the documents from his lawyer to present, ready to present to the magistrate as being like, yep, ready to sign this. But his lawyer had never tried to get signed copies. I had emailed her, and I had evidence that I'd emailed her asking for changes that she hadn't made. So I made those changes myself. When the magistrate turned to him and was like, okay, so are you ready to accept this agreement then? And he started trying to argue. She turned around and went, well, that you should have had that conversation with your lawyer. We're not doing this here. We're not doing this now. And just turned back to me and was like, yep, let's get this thing signed.
Oh my God.
like it's just, different. And it is because it was very reasonable. The agreement I was asking for was very reasonable. And particularly this magistrate, and one of the guards had actually let me know before we went in. This magistrate in particular is like, okay, so in Western Australia, just to let you guys know, if you get a restraining order against someone, a violence restraining order, for any reason against somebody, they can appeal it. And you've got a couple of different options. You can fight it, in which case they then get a criminal record as well as the VRO. It can be nullified. The judge can decide that it's not necessary and nullify the whole thing. Or you can come to one of two agreements. You can decide to have a conduct agreement, which is basically there is a legal document that prohibits certain behaviours, and I'm in control of it, and I can call the police to come and enforce it if I need to, but I've never needed to, because like that's enough. Like, honestly, having the piece of paper is all you need really to be able to pull it out and say, this is my home, you're only here at my invitation, you have to leave whenever I ask you to, but the other one,
it's not too intelligent for you, it's just fancy sounding gossip, don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, the other option is basically like a something else agreement, and it's like lesser. It's basically just like, you don't have, if you wanted to try and call the police, you have to start the process all over again. You have to go to the court again and apply for a new VRO. So the courts aren't a fan of that one because they gum up the court system.
Yeah.
So before I went in there, the security guard said to me, you'll have much more luck with this magistrate if you ask for a conduct agreement. I said, well, that's what I'm asking for, but he doesn't want that because he knows it comes with more weight. And the security guard said, yeah, this magistrate will 100% want a conduct agreement. I was like, okay, no worries. And so that's 100. Yeah, that's what we got. Do not walk into the frame. Yeah. What did one wave the other wave? What?
Nothing. He just waved.
Okay. You dag. All right, so you guys are finishing your TV now? All right, you've only got 5 more minutes of TV time. Yeah, and then you're going to go outside.
Go and enjoy your yard.
Absolutely.
And plant a vegetable.
Yeah, can say hi. Emery says hi, children's. Hi.
DK said he's pulling up a chair. Okay, man, I'm
Okay,
here.
that's right. Excellent. Yeah. And this is
why
why
gossiping about the project.
Yeah, this is why we need 100%. This is why we need. There's nothing like an anarchist with half a law degree on a shirt. There's nothing like a filthy anarchist with half a law degree. Yeah, half a law degree. Yes, it's 2/3 of a law degree. Hey, I'm going to go back and finish it at some point.
I love it when people try to say in the comments that and I've seen people say to you when people have said it to me as well, and be like, oh, well, maybe if you spent more time working and less time going to university for all your degrees, and it's like, babe, that's why none of them are finished.
Yeah, exactly. If it wasn't for the capitalist grind, mate, I would have all of the degrees. Like,
I would have so many.
Yeah. I mean, look, the thing is too, people don't get that I completed I completed 2 of them simultaneously. You know, it's not that hard.
Well, and people have said to me, like, why didn't you get a job instead? And I was like, I was working a full-time
was-
day and a 5-night-a-week night job and getting a full-time study load.
Yeah.
Shut up. Like, not that I should have to prove that I'm
Yeah.
the fastest spinster on the fucking capitalist rat wheel. No one should have to prove that.
Yeah.
But, like, just to dispel your incorrect assertion.
Yeah, exactly. And we just said, yeah, I have none law study, but I do read legislation when I can't sleep. And I can attest, Emery has a bookshelf in their apartment that is just like all of the NDIS legislation for Western Australia. Just like,
Oh my gosh.
it's just, you've got more on the NDIS than I have on property law. Like, it's so complete. And I do have, like, there are people that I will point to who are, I've got a friend who has an law degree, but we're mutuals through TikTok and through X, who I point to and say, if you want to know about tenancy legislation, go to this person. They have more experience dealing with the courts with tenancy legislation than I do as an ex-property manager from the tenant side of things. So, like, I will often say, go to them for advice around certain things, unless there's stuff that I can go to my dad about because he's a property manager. Yeah. I didn't know you spotted that. Yeah, I have a real life hack. Never be employable and you never have to pay any hex. I mean, I'm not paying any hex at the moment. I'm just watching it slowly accumulate. It's fun.
Neither, same.
Yeah. Yeah. Get the doctorate and don't be employed. Sounds like such a great plan. When did you go through a bookshelf? I didn't. It's just there. What do you mean, when did I go through your bookshelf? I was standing in your living room and I saw the books. What are you talking about?
As if Tamara's the kind of person who's not going to scope what's on your bookshelf.
Yeah, I think I'm the kind of person who's not checking out your bookshelf when I go in your house. It's like the number
What do
one.
you think we're looking for dust? What do you think we're a property manager?
No.
We fucking blinds need dusting.
Number one dating tip: whenever you go into anyone's apartment on a date, check out their bookshelf straight away. I have worked out. Hey,
I don't have a physical bookshelf, so people probably come in my place and think I'm a fucking idiot that doesn't read anything. They just watch TikTok.
did you?
Whatever.
It is true. It is becoming harder to measure people's bookshelves because a lot of people do prefer the online medium or
Yes, and the Kindles as well.
And people, I was listening to a TikTok the other day where someone was saying, sometimes I prefer to listen to the funny sounds and hallucinate rather than to look at the funny squiggles and hallucinate. And what's wrong with that, really? And I'm like, fair.
DK said, taking notes, hide bookshelf.
Everybody's just
Hey,
like,
Holly said hello, but can't beat the feel and smell of an actual book. Literally saying, there's so many
yes.
books I want to read that I haven't read because I'm like, no, I want to actually buy that book and read it. Like, I want to physically have the physical copy of it, and then I just never get around to it.
Rach, you have to jump on the Discord and join the book club. On the 1st of May, we've got our first meeting where we've been listening to Gabriel Garcia Martinez is 100 Years of Solitude.
I think I saw you spruiking this on another live or something, maybe.
Yes, you have to come and join it. You have to come and join it. Come on.
I'll have to make a Discord account. PK said I take my kids to the library to smell books. That's not as weird as it sounds. So.
It's not. It's not. Absolutely not. I used to take my kids to the book. I honestly, and I still do, to be honest, take them to the library all the time. But the library has a lot less physical media where I am than I'd like.
Yeah, when I used to take the kids to the library sometimes during the holidays because they would have stuff on, and it's like a whole friggin' fucking Questacon these days. It's bloody nuts. But there was books there, and they would get books, and they would go. They make cool little like reading nooks and stuff in there now for the kids to talk themselves up into, and whatnot.
Oh,
It's
the
not
one in the
just like-
city, the one in the city does. Yeah, like when we go up to the city, I always like to go into the library up there because they do as well. They've got like a whole display area where they've got bugs. The kids can look at different things and they can learn like about bugs, and they were doing like bee like dissections and stuff last time, like learning about all the different parts of the bees, and it is really
Wow.
really cool. It's just being regional, you know.
I'm pretty sure that the library where I'm from is the same as it was when I lived there
Yeah.
25 years ago.
No new additions.
Well, maybe some new additions, but it's still
Yeah.
like it's not like up with technology. One of my friends who I'm actually
Third
like closer
Spaces.
with now through social media than I ever was when I lived there, goes there and hires books still.
Yeah.
And posts about going there and whatnot, and it still looks relatively the same. I'm sure that the collection has changed, but it's
A
still
little bit, yeah.
like it's not all fancy and
Yeah.
it's still a little weatherboard house at the back of the main street.
I'm gonna make myself another coffee quickly. That's so cute. I can still hear you though. I can absolutely
My
still
books are
hear
either
you.
marine life or true crime. There is no
Yeah. Well, honestly, I do think that is very, very true. Like they've been removing that the third space of it all. They really hate that, and they've been removing a lot of these third spaces. You have to they've sort of designed it more to be like in and out and in and out. And yeah, like places like IKEA are kind of becoming a bit of a third space for younger people because shopping malls used to be, but now they're really trying to push people not to do that. Like they've removed a lot of the seating areas in these shopping places. And so like IKEA is kind of for a lot of city people become that, but in regional spaces, we are quite fortunate. We do still have quite a lot of like outside the town hall where I am, there's a really big open area where a lot of young kids gather. There's a big fountain up the road with a lot of benches and stuff there, and the kids like to muck around there because they like to put dish soap in the.
Oh my god, that sounds so fun!
Yeah, they put dish soap in the little man-made waterfall there. So like you know what I mean? Like that had that sort of like we are quite fortunate. There's also like a skate park where a lot of the like 13 to 15-year-olds like to hang out. They're sort of, middle teenagers. So we do still have a plethora of third spaces where I am. So we are quite fortunate about that. So it does make me sort of want to stay here until the kids are a bit older because,
That's something about, because me growing up in a regional area too, like the town is pretty much the same as it used to be like when I lived there really. Like the shop fronts will change what's in there, but like it's the same layout of town. And same there, like there are still third spaces there. There's all the things that you just named, like there's the skate park, there's like the seating areas in the main street, there's the beaches, there's like it's all still kind of the same as when I was down there. Even where I am is in a city, but it's near, like we're near the beach. We're very fortunate to be near the beach, and so that's obviously a bit of a third place. But then you know what else I've also found is like a difference since I've had the dog is the dog park.
Yeah,
is such a third place.
Yeah.
Like, and because that's the thing, like when it comes to shopping malls and stuff like that, like in other cities, that's the thing is like there's not as much like, hangout space as what there used to be, and you can't really be in a lot of these places that used to be third places without spending a decent amount of money.
No.
And even places where like you would go get food and beverage, where back in the day you could get like one coffee or one beer or whatever and stay there for hours. Now it's not really like that because you've got to be seated at certain tables, and then like they've got turnovers and whatnot. So the third places that are free as well is another thing, because a lot of third places used to be like, for a lot of people of older generations, it was the pub. Like,
well, and it's also
you go down there, you would have one beer, you would be there forever.
It's also, I think, another reason that we really need to fight, because having a pet also really, really helps with mental health and things as well.
Yeah.
So it's yet another reason, and like you said, with dog parks being a third space, another reason to fight for pet rights in properties, because like rights for people with kids absolutely are important, because kids are another barrier for people getting access to properties. But for people who have pets, like pets are such an important part of people's lives. They offer so much more than just companionship. Like, you know, and companionship is a massive, massive thing on its own, especially for people who are isolated in other ways, you know, like anxiety is a massive, massive problem for people being able to get out and about. Having a pet with you provides that, you know, an icebreaker that makes it more comfortable for people. Having pets is such a massive benefit to people's mental health in so many ways, and yet we still allow people to, like, you shouldn't even be able to ask if someone's got a pet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just take into an account when you're getting the bond that you might have to get the place treated because people might have pets. Like, just take that as a given for everyone moving into a property, and you're not even allowed to ask about pets because, like the fuckers, no.
And I hate that when it comes to the pet laws and when it comes to discriminating against people with kids. PK said I've never lived regional. It sounds so much better. It is and it isn't. So I moved away from regional when I was in my mid-20s. And I will say that growing up as a teenager, it was a nightmare. And teenagers, we used to get up to a lot of mischief. Because of the fact that there isn't a lot to do, like, and there aren't a lot of meeting places and whatnot. But like in terms of where there's entertainment, like, because when you just chuck us at a skate park or at the beach and there's nothing to entertain us, when left to our own devices, we get up to mischief. And opportunities for kids to progress, like as teenagers and kids, like with things that they want to achieve and whatnot, like is limited. And then obviously the resources are limited. But socially, there are a lot
more opportunities.
There are also positives to it as well.
And that's the thing. I'm thinking we're going to probably move back to the city when the kids are around 12, 13. That'll probably be around the age when I move back to the city, because I'm aware of that. And like, even just having access to things like higher education, because that's the agreement we've got at the moment, is that I'm going to live here for the next 5 years with the kids, and then we'll sell the property, go our separate ways. And at that age as well, I think the kids will much less need a yard and much more need access to things like public transport to be able to get themselves around to go where they want to go. I remember getting on my bike and riding down to the shops with my girlfriends every weekend just to go and try the new makeup at Target, you know, like.
Oh, yes, we didn't even have a Target. We had to catch a bus for over an hour to get to a Target.
Well, that I was going to say, that's one of the things of being like, when you're because when we were up in the hills, we didn't have that at all. We very much just like wandered around in the bush, and, you know, we were very much shut-ins at home. We didn't have anywhere to go. So it was just us and the neighborhood kids wandering around in the bush. Like, there was literally, we weren't even close to town to be able to go into town and make mischief. So when we moved into the city, like, I was like, fucking I was on the train every weekend out to the big shopping mall when we moved to the city. Every fucking weekend. I'd take my $20 that I'd earned from work.
Yes, with the $20. I love it.
Yeah, $20 and off I'd go.
It used to go so far.
I mean, it'd probably buy me like a new nail polish, and it'd get me lunch, and like sometimes I'd buy something like, you know, press on nails, or like, you know, fake lashes, or, you know, just something kitschy and stupid that I'd never wear. But now $20 will even get you lunch.
I leave my house mostly just for work. My pets provide me company. Yes, exactly.
Oh shit! I missed my appointment today.
Oh no! What appointment, and when was it?
It was an hour ago. It's fine.
Oh no!
She called me yesterday to make sure I'd make it too.
Oh well.
No. Oh well.
Should you go call her?
No, I won't. I won't call her. She'll be busy now, and it'll be a lunch break, so I won't call her now. I'll call her later. I know she's free at around 3 o'clock, because that's usually when we meet. That's why I was not expecting the appointment so early. So I'll call her around 3 and apologise, because I know she'll be free then.
Oh no.
No,
Only
it's
he
fine.
does it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, no, I just now that I've missed our appointment, I don't want to conflict with her other appointments because I know she's got another person that she meets right after. Like that's why she goes to lunch right after my appointment if I meet her at 12. And then she's got appointments until 3, whereas the other time she can usually fit me in on the weeks when I don't have the kids. So
Oh my gosh, stop it.
yeah.
Why don't we just jump? I mean, there's still only 20-something people on here, but it's just like jumped up. Maybe it's because it's like 3 o'clock in the eastern states.
Probably, yeah. Probably.
Maybe.
Move closer to where I am for my convenience specifically. Okay, Emery, sure. No worries. No worries. I actually do really like the I really like there's particular areas of Perth I really like that I would like to live in. And I think an area where there seems like there's local community around it, like, Vic Park or, somewhere where there's stuff happening. Yeah, one of those areas is where you are also, Emery, not denying that. Not denying that. Just not doxing. Yeah, that is one problem as well. Dog parks don't have accessibility for wheelchair users. It's not the best.
Well, the one that I go to does actually have that. It's got a footpath in and like around the perimeter, and there is actually someone in a wheelchair who comes pretty much every day
Fantastic.
and has no issue with access.
That is one of the things I think about the community that we're building as well, is I'm trying to, there is a company that will provide like paving slabs made out of pressed plastics. So they last for a very, very, very long time, and they're recycling plastics that need to be recycled. But I'm trying to do some research around like soil testing on leaching and things like that. I'm just worried about what the long-term effect is on the soil, over using something like packed earth, pressed earth, which, is a more natural alternative but needs to be repacked constantly, which is fine. We can just get, and that's the thing, like I'll literally just get a road compactor so that we have one on site to compact the earth, especially after storms and things, to make sure that it stays accessible.
True, because those things, when there's weather, that's when it, I think, that is the thing with a lot of outdoors type places, that accessibility becomes the issue there.
Yeah, and we've already got people volunteering to drive the compactor around, so there you go. I keep pointing this out. People go, oh yeah, but who are you going to get to do this and who are you going to get to do that? The minute a job is proposed, someone's in the shots going shotgun doing that job. Like,
what are we all going to do without capitalism?
What do we do without capitalism to motivate us? I don't know.
Anything without capitalism. Meanwhile, we all just want to have fun and have some bulldozers and earth compactors and veggie gardens.
Yeah, exactly. We all just want to work together and have our little community, doing
commune.
Absolutely, fuck yeah, commune.
City-sized commune.
I'm doing a drive for a commune. There's a little ready-made commune ready to go on the market for It's on the market for 2.5 million. So I'm trying to get like 3 million together to buy this little ready-made commune.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's my goal at the moment. So I'm trying to get a prospectus together so I can sorry.
Okay, but also they've got extra TV time, so they should.
Hey, you guys got an extra 15 minutes TV time, so maybe you should, Now the sun's out, the storm's passed, TV off, time to go outside.
Oi. Go and find some bugs.
Yeah, for our future commune. Yeah, only a couple of mil to go. Yeah, we've only got a couple mil to go. 3 mil to be exact. But I'm trying to get a prospectus together so that I can approach a funding body who I know is not it is not immune to throwing that kind of loose change around.
Oh, I love it.
Yes.
Looks like I'll be moving to WA.
Will you? Because that would honestly, like, I've already got a couple of people I'm trying to convince.
Well, we'll have to see what happens. Not with the current housing crisis, I won't be.
What? Well, you got to go and get a shirt on. Okay, hang on. I'm going to turn my camera. Can you just stay there for a sec? I'm just going to turn my cameras off.
So
For
your children can come into view.
yeah. Okay, go kiddos. That was easier than trying to figure out how to turn the camera off. Oh, Ninja. Is Ninja outside? All right. There we go. Done. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to turn the other camera back on. Hey. I found $1 in the washing machine. Excellent. Oh, look, just like that, the Kofi stream bot popped up to remind me to put the Kofi on the screen. It must have known we were talking about commune goals. Must have known. I was actually, if you can see on the camera on the other stream, I'm going to turn this one towards it a little bit. That's my seed collection I've been sorting out to get all the seeds together for, because obviously this time of year is when the plants go to seed. So I've been collecting some seeds to plant for next year. So we're going to have, have a good collection ready to go. Hello? Did Rachel's muted. Okay. I was worried that I was there we go. Hi.
Did you see the comment that says, I feel like she's tricking everyone and really is creating a cult? They're on to you, Tamara.
I mean, I think a cult would actually be the most efficient way to get the commune going, to be honest.
It's a cult of sorts.
Everyone's just like, well, yeah. A cult is the most efficient way to get this going. I don't know. I just think that it's kind of fitting. What do you want me to say?
It's a good cult.
We have a Lord and Savoury. We have our Festivus for the rest of us on the 21st of April. It's coming up close. Everyone put it in your calendars.
Is it a cult if we get benefits and aspirations?
Why does it keep blocking people's comments? Kim, hang on. I'm going to make you a moderator so you can unblock your own comments. Why is it only letting me report or mute you? Add moderator. There you go.
I do have a book in my bookshelf on cults. Can't get one past me, mate.
Oh, I had someone. Okay, can I just tell you right now? These people, we were talking earlier. We were talking earlier about the Greens, right? The Greens members.
Did you like my comment that I left on the Greens membership?
Greens membership. Okay, but there was one person in my comments who was agreeing with that other Greens member that we are not a fan of. There was one person in my comments who was basically having a go at me for pointing out Greens propaganda. And they were going, why are you doing this? It's just so malcontent. And I say, I do it because it's educational. I go live every Monday and point out different ways that people use propaganda to educate people so that they're better informed. And they turned around and basically said, political propaganda has been well known for years. Like, there's no point doing this. You're not contributing anything. And I'm just like, you've got to be kidding me. What? I said, that is such a dull, privileged take. This is why, and I said, this is exactly why I said, and I replied to the other one, our favorite princess, and said, you're only out for yourself. Like, you're only out for yourself, number one. You refuse to listen to other people's point of view because they do. They're just so privileged and they've just got such that privileged white woman take. It is honestly drives me up the fucking wall.
It's so one-dimensional too.
Oh, absolutely.
Is it's like
Yes.
all of these people are just saying the same shit in a different font.
Yeah.
Like,
Absolutely. Anyone is able to be immune to propaganda. Absolutely. And exactly, like, you know, we're talking about the what's her face on the project laughing at the idea of people living without electricity in the country. You know, that is a form of propaganda. The idea that there aren't thousands of people living in this country without access to electricity or without access to running water. There are hundreds of thousands of people living in homes that aren't connected to electricity in this country. Are you kidding me? Like,
one of the reasons, just to name one off the top of the head, which is another huge issue with everything that's going on at the moment, is the fact that people can't afford electricity. Some people have stable housing but can't afford to keep the electricity on.
Exactly.
Either pay the rent or the mortgage or pay the electricity.
Or people have massive, massive debts to the electricity. It's not even their choice anymore. The electricity gets cut off and they have to live without it now.
100%. Because everything's privatized up in this bitch, and it's
absolutely. And it's disgusting as well, because the bureaucracy that's involved in some of these systems, just to have these people smirking and laughing about it, and then have other people, when you point out this bullshit, to have other people, like, I refuse to not point out bullshit just because it's coming from people on the left. Like, I absolutely just refuse. And to have other people sit there and accuse me of trying to sow malcontent by pointing out hypocrisy, I'm like, no, I refuse to ever be a part of a group that I cannot criticize. I refuse ever again, because I've had that experience, 22 years in a cult.
In the Johos.
Absolutely. Been there, done that. Like, do not recommend. It fucking sucked.
Someone said that they have a commune in their rural community and it's been there since the 70s and it's dying.
Oh, that sucks. I think there's going to be a resurgence, though, coming very, very soon. Share, and subscribe, guys. Do all the things I'm supposed to ask you to do, please do. And especially my last video, demanding an answer from the project. I'm actually going to go. That's what I was trying to figure out how to do. I'm going to go and I'm going to ask what's their names? I'm going to ask the Smith family how they can have this person as their bloody spokesman when this is the shit they say. Like, are you joking me? Are you joking me?
Very counterintuitive.
Oh, disgraceful.
Speaking of hypocrisy, that's what I was going to tell you earlier. This person I was arguing with in the comments today was calling me a hypocrite because of the fact that so in the video, it's not even one of the videos where I talk about housing being a human right, which I have got multiple extensive videos where I actually show the human rights treaty that Australia has signed on to, enshrining the right to adequate standard of living, which includes housing and has detailed stipulations for what that right includes. And it's not just a shed or a roof over your head, because a lot of people like to say, the right is for shelter,
like
not a rental property. No, actually, the right actually includes
adequate
the right to security of tenure and affordable rental properties. That's actually part of the human rights stipulation.
And it has to be adequate. That property has to be adequate. You can't put someone in a shed and then charge them rent and call that adequate if they don't have access to the things that they need.
And it also stipulates that it should be in reasonable proximity to their workplace and to other resources that they require access to. All the things that we're told every day that we're just brain dead commies for demanding is actually a human right that Australia has signed the treaty for. But anyways, they were telling me that I was
But they refused to ratify it. It. And that's the bullshit. That's the bullshit part of it. Like, I just,
And so in the video that this person was commenting on, in passing, and they told me that I was overstating my case by saying that housing was a human right, and that it was hypocritical because how can I state that housing is a human right when I'm only caring about Australia and there are developed, they call them third world countries that are worse off than us. And I told them that they were using the fallacy of false equivalency, and they just doubled down. And I was like, are you fucking joking me? Like, getting really sick of that argument of like, well, what about the rest of the world? What about third world countries that these people always call them third world countries? Like, they can't even use the right verbiage for
no.
they're so woke, but
Yeah.
like they don't even know the right woke verbiage to use. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? How can you, and this is what I said to them too. I said, you would have some form of an argument if Australia was taking resources that could be used to provide secure housing here and diverting them to using it to provide secure housing to developing nations. That would be, but it's not. It's not like we're, as a nation, we're not using resources to provide housing for a developing nation to catch up to where we are, rather than using it for here, which like I could see like some kind of an argument in that, but it's not. We're just hoarding the housing and the wealth for people to get. Like, do you know what I'm trying to say there? Like, I'm having trouble putting it into words, but like, you can't say, well, it's hypocritical for you to not care about developing nations' housing insecurity and only care about Australia, when we're not doing anything to help developing nations with their housing. We're not doing anything to help our own nation with housing. We're just helping people to get richer in our own domestic situation off the back of our domestic housing. So how am I a fucking hypocrite here? Like, you're literally not making any sense.
Yeah.
It really frustrated me. And I told them to take that. They said, oh, but you don't care about the rest of humanity, only the people in Australia. And I said, how about you take that?
Are you kidding? Yes.
And go use it on Palestine.
Yes.
You care so much about the rest of humanity.
Absolutely.
I don't care about humanity.
Yeah. Rather than having to go at us for doing what we can in the communities that we're a part of, take your energy and go and do that then. Like, go and focus on the area.
So much about outside of Australia. Go.
This is the one thing I say to people constantly in the communist movement. When we're talking about anarchist communist movements, people say, what can I do then? Okay, pick a cause, pick something that you are passionate about, and link up with a local organization that is trying to do something in that field. Find out what they need from you. Find out what your community need from you. Tap into those connections, because the local community, the more that we associate with those people as well who need those services, who need that help, the more we associate with that community, the more we make those connections that are going to sustain us through the collapse of capitalism, which is coming. So you can't pick everything. You can't do everything. But by choosing an issue to connect with within the community, you will find and forge other links as well. You will be able to make other connections that will be able to sustain you and and build a movement from that. So the number one thing is to pick an area and focus on that. Now, mine was criminology. Like, that's what I just did at university. Like, my whole thing was I wanted to do advocacy in criminal law reform, and then how closely related crime and housing and how criminology and lack of access to housing were. And with my own experience with that lack of access to housing, it morphed and it changed, and this is where I am now. But the point is I've I've chosen my path.
Yeah, exactly. And, why do people be criminals? Lack of affordability?
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely.
Basic needs.
Absolutely. And that's the thing, is once your eyes open to that, it's like, well, this is what I have to focus on. If I really care about crime prevention, then what I really have to focus on is getting people access to the things that they need.
Yeah, 100%.
That's where it leads you.
Is that ever going to eliminate maybe 100% of crime? Look, there is such thing as people with,
The thing is, it'll actually only prevent a drop in the bucket of the crimes that actually occur. I say this to people all of the time. Now, I know I'm rambling, and I know this chat's going to get really annoyed at me for rambling again and completely forgetting. Sorry, I love you all. I love you all. Thank you, PK. Make sure to follow, like, and subscribe, and do all of the things so that you can catch us next time. We go live 3 days a week. Usually this week I just came back from holidays. So, poverty is a policy choice. Absolutely, Emery. Absolutely. But when we talk about crime, the amount of crimes that actually happen, like when we talk about that, we talk about 100% of crime, right? Like, we're talking about it as a percentage because we don't know what that figure is. There's a dark figure of crime. 100% of crimes happen. of the crimes that happen, of those that people report, that's about 46%, less than half of crimes that even happen. Of those that people report and want to take further, only 20%. So this is of all crimes that happen, only about 24% are reported and taken further by police, right? For a variety of reasons. Either there's not enough evidence, or, you know, it's not deemed that it's worthy of police attention, or, you know, like a lot of domestic cases fall into that category because it's deemed to be, you know, a squabble rather than needing police intervention.
Violence against women
fall into that category. So of all the crimes that happen, only about 24% get any police attention. Of all the crimes that actually result in a conviction of someone serving a prison time, we're talking about 0.3% of all crimes that actually happen. So when we're talking about people who are actually convicted of crime and go to prison and it affects their life, we're talking about 0.3% of all crime that happens. It just so happens to be that those people are the people who are in the lower socioeconomic brackets and are those who are most marginalized by society and most likely to be suffering. So of all the crime that happens, most of it isn't even worthy of police attention. And that's the people who are doing the crime as well, like white collar crime, you know, large scale property crime, large scale, like, you know, superannuation theft, like the kind of crimes that we hear about on the news and no one ever goes down for, when it's just like,
100%.
you know, so the amount of crime, and also like interpersonal crime, like things like if I'm buying a product illegally because I don't have access to buy it legally, and I buy a product illegally and the person selling it to me and I are both committing a crime, but we're both benefiting for the crime, so neither one of us is going to report that. So there are a lot of crimes that fall under that category of the dark figure of crime. But the rate of attrition is so dramatic. When we're talking about the people we're actually punishing for doing crime, it is such a minor portion of the population, and it is always the people who are most marginalized and most suffering. Sorry for the record.
The people who, see, this is the thing, is that the people who cause the most widespread damage to society with their crimes are the ones who are rarely the ones who are being punished and convicted of their crimes. So when you talk about, you know, violence, violence against women or the LGBT community, the like domestic crimes and stuff like that, they're going largely unpunished. They have a huge impact on the community. And then also financial crime, property crime, large scale financial crimes and things like that, they have a way more widespread and harmful impact on the community.
Absolutely.
Someone stealing a fucking car from
death
down the fucking road.
Do you know recently, okay, so we've been calling for the government to put price caps on groceries and they have been refusing while groceries get more and more expensive. But this year they introduced a bill to allow prison time for stealing food.
Girl.
Previously, it wasn't possible to get prison time. It was like a fine.
Stop.
Yeah. Now you can get prison time for stealing food in this country, but they won't put a price cap on groceries.
Verge garden is illegal, but they built one anyway. That's a comrade, more than one person.
Yep, absolutely.
They're the ones happy to do disruptive shit. Yeah,
absolutely. That's my garden is all right on the property line because I don't want them tearing it down because I know that they're likely to do shit like that. But that's where all of my food and stuff is growing. And 100%, like, grow a community garden in your front garden, guys. Absolutely. And when I've actually got some produce growing, like, it's going to take me a couple of years to rehabilitate this garden because there wasn't even a tree here when we got the place. So it's going to take a while. Oh, we've got someone. John Basser. I'm not sure who this person is. John, where do I know you from? Because that shit worked. I love someone's posted on my, I have to comment on this. Sorry, this is just hilarious to me. Someone has posted a comment on the project outrage video and said, this might be a first for me, but I would like to say that Tamara's outrage is somewhat restrained in this instance.
I never thought I'd hear restrained outrage. Why are you so angry?
Yeah.
It's not good for you.
I know. Why are you so triggered for?
Yeah. Someone said, K&M, I was literally thinking this when Tamara was saying that they made it a prison sentence to steal food. Where are they going to send the poor people that steal food from Oz to?
Yeah.
Because that's what the friggin' convicts that they brought here in the first place were
Yep.
fucking locked up for.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
So where do we all go now?
Yep. I'm sorry, but I have to make a TikTok about that because that is just such an astute point.
Honestly, that's like, when you were saying it, that's what I was thinking. Like, oh, where are you going to ship? What fucking penal colony are you going to ship to someone?
Yeah, the cycle begins again. Okay, we're going to overfill our prisons with people for stealing food. What are we going to do? Are we going to start hanging them, or are we going to send them somewhere else? What's the solution? Yeah, because the drug war already filled our prisons to breaking point. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Huh? John, have we spoken before? I'm not sure if we have. I'm sorry. But jog my memory. I apologize. I just I
look, if I get a boat ride back to the UK, I'm nicking all the.
Yeah. Do you know what? Do you know how many people I've seen as well, especially like mixed race people who've made comments being like, I'm sorry, but I'll be sitting around doing arts and crafts and basket weaving if I'm doing anything that's inspired from my Indigenous side. If you catch me stealing bread, that's my dad's colonizer side coming through. Like that's what he was sent over here for.
It's not my fault.
It's not my fucking fault. You're blaming the wrong bloodline, guys.
It's hereditary.
Yeah. I would love to organise a run on Coles and Woolworths. Oh, wouldn't that be amazing?
It'd be so good.
Do you reckon we could? Oh my
Oh.
God. Do you reckon we could? Like, absolutely. Yep, abso-fucking-lutely. That would be golden. Oh, we have to take this chat offline, guys. We have to take this chat offline. I think I'm going to start a voice channel on the Discord with access to like a signal group chat for this kind of discussion.
For our organisation.
For the organisation part of the movement.
I
Because-
still haven't logged back into Signal since I got my new phone. I need to do that. I
You-
can only imagine the 5 million messages that are in there.
Oh, 5 million one. We did stop swamping the group chat that you were in because I think we realized that you might want to come back at one point. There's a great book called The Invention of Capitalism that explains why self-provisioning is illegal. Yeah. They're trying to block us from getting water tanks over a certain size in order to be able to harvest our own water rainfall of our roots. Oh.
More amusing. Like on this account. Where's the I mean, you don't have to reveal where you live if you don't want to, musing, but the commune that you were saying, what is causing it to disband? Because where I'm originally from, there is was commune living nearby. And I'm not sure if it's been disbanded as yet.
Yeah, I'm back.
Curious
Sorry.
as to what is happening. Yeah, they keep walking through the back, but you can only see like their shoulder come through.
I know. I'm really trying to. I'm like, kids, you've really got to stop coming through here, okay?
Trying to protect your privacy. You'll understand.
I know. Trying really hard to protect your privacy, making it real difficult. What? Have you got any? Have an egg. Where are the eggs? Did they come out of the car? Oh, we'll go and there's the keys up there. Go and get them out of the car. And both of you stay outside. Go out through the front door.
What are they having an egg for?
Oh, why not?
To eat?
Yeah.
Nuts.
Yep.
It's like when we used to get told to have a piece of fruit, have an egg.
Oh no, chocolate. He's asked for a chocolate egg.
Oh my God, they're in the car. That's gross.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It's only just got warm enough for the kids to go outside.
Oh, really? Is it cold there?
Yeah. I'm wearing a jumper, mate. And I'm suffering from hot
I
sweat.
thought you might have been inside in the aircon.
Yeah, no, they're Emery supplied chocky eggs. I'm going to make them say thanks
Oh,
again when they
cute.
come back in. Yeah. How'd that happen? Yeah, I do think we do need to organize certain. So what I think we need to start doing is our little acts of rebellion. We need to get I need to start a notes thing going. Okay, guys, we got to get some stuff organized now. We got momentum. Okay, maybe it's just me. I've got momentum. I'm feeling momentum. So we got to get a place. Oh, yeah, that's fun. I just got my period. Fun.
Oh.
I made you a channel for that. Excellent. Kim made me a channel for that already. Kim. Kim is 100% the PA of the group. Bar none.
Well, Musing said that it's because the younger generation isn't interested in a lot of the founders of the communes didn't have families.
Yeah, right. But I think the other problem, though, is that there is a buy-in for a lot of, like, I've seen a lot of communes advertise, and there is a buy-in that younger generations just can't afford. You know, I think that's part of the problem as well.
Right.
Because there's one not far from me. Well, I say not far from me. It's like when you live regionally, not far from me is anywhere within a 4-hour drive. So somewhere within the next 4 hours of me is a place that that is like a bunch of older people, but the buy-in is like 20 grand. Most people can't, like most young couples can't afford that, you know?
Yeah.
Cereal is soup. I'll die on this hill. Yeah. I am currently reading Inventing the Individual, which I'm finding very, very interesting. Also, I have to say, guys, I've been reading Justice by Means of Democracy, and I realized I spoke too soon.
What did you say about it?
I said that I thought that it was going to be a little bit of a shallow take. But no, it does take a little while to get into it. Like, because I found myself agreeing with a lot of Alan's starting points, right? But I was still just like, but you're going to get to the point of talking about democracy as a solution, and that's where you're going to lose me. So I was like, I was nodding along and going, yes, 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 waiting for the part where I was going to start rolling my eyes. And then we got to the part and I was like, oh.
Wait.
Hang on a second. Yeah. No, speak sooner though. I don't know what that means. Sorry, I'm confused. No, speak sooner though. Hang on, I'll be right back. Ah, what? Expected delivery is when? Where's my calendar? I'm getting a delivery. Huzzah. That's great.
Yay. Steve Soup agreed with you that cereal is soup. He said anything is soup if you think about it.
Not till Tuesday. My delivery is not coming till Tuesday. I have to last until Tuesday.
Oh.
It's fine. I can last until Tuesday. Fine.
Okay.
I was hoping I wouldn't have to, but you know. Travesty James. Okay, I'm going to accept. I'm going to accept this request. You spoke to. Hey, what?
So the soup guy said, anything is soup if you think about it. And K&M said, is stew soup then? And then Emery said, I need to know more about this philosophy.
Oh, no, Travesty James has gone offline. Why?
He said, sorry, wrong button.
Oh, I thought that might be the case. I was like, I'm going to accept you, but I'm not sure if you want me to. I don't know how this is going to go.
Someone asked, what can we do as rebellion?
Okay, so little acts of rebellion, things like growing your own food because they really don't want you doing that. Like we've had, like honestly, it's Mandela. If you want to look it up, I'm going to be right back, guys. I got to go. The training situation in WA is a little fucked. That it is true. That is true. I'll be right back, guys. Give me. I'm terrified. Give me 2 seconds, my loves.
Yes. Steel bread, obviously. Tamara is really good at the little acts of rebellion and also ones that are like not involving like stealing. Not that I have anything against stealing bread. Steal bread. What are they going to do? Send us to a penal colony? Obviously they can't. Or maybe they can. But yes, what we've been talking about a lot is growing your own food and community led initiatives of the sort, resource pooling within the community for like your own grown food and things like that, so that replant your front yard with herbs and spices and fruit trees. Yes, exactly. And create community around it, because that's what they don't want, is people pooling resources rather than individuals spending money on buying resources from corporations and subscribing to capitalism in that sense. Sorry, Rach, can't actually see chat. What do you mean? I'm just reading out your comments anyways, K&M, so keep commenting. Abolish lawns, yeah. So, like, turn them into gardens, do you mean, Emery? Oh, over on Twitch and YouTube. I don't know what K&M means by that. Can you see the TikTok chat? Yeah, maybe go out and come back in. Literally can't respond to chat because I can't see it. Oh. We can see your comments. Maybe you'll have to go out and come back in. You've got your boot on.
Yes, I did. I put my... Hang on, what? Can't respond to chat because I can't see it. That's...
Yeah, we're trying to work out what's happening with K&M. They're commenting, but they reckon they can't see the chat.
Oh. Okay, I'm putting my...
Join the union. Yeah, joining the union is good. Careful, like, make sure you... I remember Geordie talking about too, there was a certain union that people brought up that I think's down near where he is located, that he was discouraging people from joining for specific reasons, but I can't remember what it was. It's just TikTok being broken. Oh, okay.
TikTok does that sometimes.
What are some more little acts of rebellion? We were talking about
chickens,
your own veggie garden, but also pooling of resources.
Pooling of resources, yeah, like, but chickens, absolutely. If anyone has
chickens,
if anybody has the space for chickens, it only takes like 1 in every 4 families or 1 in every 4 houses to have chickens to completely undermine the entire egg industry. So when we realize things like that, we can take down entire industries through community collective action. Suddenly we realize how much more powerful we are. Now a lot of the little acts of rebellion do come with an immense amount of privilege. Obviously, it is hard for people to have chickens.
Yeah.
But you know, if the people who are able to do, that's the thing. You don't have to do all of these things, but it only takes 1 in 4. So if the people who are able to do, then it benefits the other 3 who aren't able to. And that's the same for every little act of rebellion that we do as well. Now, the other thing as well is if you can greatly reduce buying from any of the major retailers. So find local producers, find anyone who's like a local greengrocer or like a smaller producer, try and buy from them as much as possible. Again, I know this is something that's a privilege, but even if you have to go to like Sunday markets and things like in Perth, for example, there's the Canning Vale markets, which is on every Sunday out in Canning Vale. If you've got the ability to go out there, again, I know that access is an issue for people, but again, like maybe people could carpool, you know, to be able to go out together and buy direct from producers. You can buy fresh fruit and veg, so from small scale, like direct, basically. So anything that takes any business away from those larger producers. And again, a lot of the time too with these farmers, like they'll do you deals if you go to them and you go like, I'll take an entire crate of apples. They'll do you a really good deal that you'll never get elsewhere. Yeah.
For anyone too who's kind of, so my thing that I've been struggling with, so I rarely go to any of the supermarket chains anymore. I'm lucky to have a like permanent growers market, so like a smaller fruit and veggie store just down the road from me that I go to for fruit and veggies and other random stuff that they've got there. But I've really been wanting to go to the big Saturday market because you can get more stuff there. It's probably even better like quality than the like fresher, than the smaller fruit shop that I've been going to because it's like fresh from, you know, the farmers. but it's like quite a big market that we've got near me that I'm like so anxious to go to, and I drive past it like every Saturday, and I'm like, oh my God, I really want to go, but like it's overwhelming for my social anxiety, fucking like just
Yeah.
much. So I've never gone. So I've actually teed it up with one of my dog friends.
Yes.
One
Excellent.
of my dog's siblings. So I've become friends with her because she's got a sibling from my dog's litter. And so now we're friends, and she goes most Saturdays. So I've actually said to her, hey, I like have really been wanting to go to the markets, because she always mentions like, oh, I'm going to the markets. And I'm like, oh, cool, I've been wanting to go check it out. And one day I just got the courage to be like, hey, I really want to go to the markets, but I'm too fucking anxious. Can I
go
come
with
you?
you?
Like, can we go together?
Yes.
So I'm going to go with her, I think, this Saturday.
Yes. Woohoo.
Actually go to the market, and they do all sorts of stuff there. Like they've got like a prawn guy there. They've got fruit and veggies there. You can get like fresh made like dog treats and stuff there from like a smaller like vendor and stuff. Like there's heaps of stuff there that I want to be able to get.
Well, even that's the thing. Like I buy my pet meat directly from Paul's, the guys who, you know, that, you know what I mean? Like I buy it directly from the butcher. So it's just anytime you can do anything like that. And again, there's a lot of different there's a lot of like food stands, like where farmers will put their excess produce out at the front of their properties with like a, honesty box.
An honesty box, yeah.
And so quite often, like, we'll go along there and they'll have like a glut of corn or a glut of carrots or something. And so we'll grab a couple of bags of those. And, so there's lots of different ways that you can look out for opportunities to circumvent the capitalist framework. So even though it is privileged, a lot of these things do come with some amount of privilege. There will be little things that you can look out for, that you can do. And like you said, team up with other people. And Emery was just made the comment that a lot of their access issues get solved the minute someone's able to say, hey, like, I'll pick you up and take you on my way. That's a lot of their issues disappear.
100%, because that was my issue, was like not a physical access issue. It was like a
mental.
Yeah, exactly. And as soon as because like even like my partner could come with me and whatnot, but it's not. He's never been there before, so it doesn't alleviate the anxiety of like, I don't know where to park. It doesn't alleviate the anxiety of the social story.
Well, because you're still in charge. If he's not been there before, you're in charge. If you go with someone who's been there before, they're in charge. You don't have to. The pressure's off. Yeah.
Exactly.
I get.
Hello, Google Queen Cat. I did want to say hello to you. I live in a rural area, yet no regular farmers market. Do you have though? So I know where I grew up, there was, I don't know, when I was, there was a market. It wasn't so much of a farmer's market though. It was more of a people with their arts and crafts and stuff like that more so. But there are like permanent fruit and veggie shops that are from the local growers, rather than it being like supermarkets with fruit and veggies in them. Like there were actual growers market shops, like fresh produce. Like, do you know what I mean? Is there that sort of thing where you are musing? Because that's where I'm from. That's what we had. In lieu of like regular farmers markets, was like your fruit and veggie shop was the farmers market, if that makes sense.
The other thing we have is like off the grid. There's a big bus that parks outside of town every 2 weeks, where a lot of the local farmers will drop their excess produce, and it's like a communal run thing. Like you sign up to do a shift there. And you sign up to make a cake for all the local volunteers once a month, and you man the register, and people come and buy the produce from there. So there are things like that are set up that you have to kind of maybe jump on your local community Facebook groups.
And look out for.
Even the IGA is a better option than the Cotton Court. Yeah, and they will often also have a lot more local produce. Again, they might be a little bit expensive for some people though, which because they have overheads they have to pay. And something as well to be aware of, guys, just be very, very aware when buying coffee out. I don't buy coffee out, haven't for years. I'll recommend people stop, because your local cafe, on the average cup of coffee, they are losing more than half of the value. Like every cup of coffee they make, they lose $5 on average.
Because they can't keep the costs up. That's when we buy coffees out, it's generally when we're also
having a meal.
Food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to be out having a meal or something, it is costing them. Like if you just order a coffee to go, it costs them between $9 to $12 a cup of coffee. And the average cup of coffee sells for $5 to $6, and people are complaining about those price hikes.
I know.
Not realizing that cafes, especially like your smaller operated cafes, because places like McDonald's are pricing them out, and even things like McDonald's meat burgers and things. You know, the reason that we're paying so much for meat is because McDonald's refused to pay any more than 8 cents a patty for a burger.
Yeah.
And they won't, and because they have such a hold over the meat industry in this country, they own entire meat production facilities in this country. The farmers have there is no choice but for them to collect the money that they're losing on those sales through the rest of us. Yeah. So, you know, even though you think, well, buying from Macca's might be my only choice in terms of a quick, cheap meal, buying from them is actively harming you as well. So something to bear in mind. I'm not like, for people who it's not an option, any other option. Like for myself, people always say to me, oh, you drink Pepsi. When they have Pepsi at Food Bank, yes, I will pick up some Pepsi. But I'm not buying it from Coles and Woolworths. I'm not getting it from Aldi. I'm getting it from Food Bank if it's there, if they have it available.
Yeah, and it's not about, no one's ever going to be, like, we live in this system that is so deep and wide and hard to escape, and none of us are ever going to be able to be, but I think that there's a lot of people who like to try to make perfect the enemy of good, and a lot of people like to be on their high horse and get up in our comment sections and whatever and be like, oh, well, you know, but you're doing this, but you're doing this, but you're doing.
You're making noise. Go away.
No one can be perfect in this. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. So we're all going to be doing things that are not ideal if we want to rebel against the system. We're all going to, you know, be buying things that, like, down the supply chain cause harm or whatever. Yep. And we're not trying to shame anyone for being a victim of their circumstance. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got to do what you've got to do to feed yourself and feed your family.
And there are people who have
to be the enemy of good.
People have specific diets. Like, for example, I've got kids who can't have meat substitutes, and they can't have protein substitutes, like, because they're too high in oxalates, and so they can't give up meat. I was vegan before I had kids. There's no point being vegan anymore when I have to cook meat up for my children in order for them to get the protein they need for their brains to grow.
Yeah.
Like, there are some sacrifices that you have to. People's circumstances are all going to be different, and we don't judge people for their individual circumstances at all.
No.
Like,
and we can't dismiss and discredit people who are trying to create change because they're not perfect. No one is ever going to be perfect, and it's really frustrating when people are in the comments of our videos, no one in the chat or no one watching this live, I'm talking about, like, people on our videos and stuff, who are like, oh, okay, but what about this? Like, the whataboutism, or the, like, the, oh, okay, well, oh, like, what did someone say to me the other day? Like, it's just the whataboutism, and it's like, oh, you can't care about X without doing Y, or you can't say Y without doing Z. And it's like, if that's the case, no one's ever going to be making any progress, because no one's ever going to meet these fucking standards. No, I can tell you specifically. I am, Emery. I can't go for more than one day without meat, or I just fail. Well, you are a cat.
And I think that's the difference between, as well, like, what a lot of these Greens members don't get is that we're not sitting here judging people when they're not able to do more than what they can do. Like, we're not sitting here nitpicking at things. We're sitting here saying this is an outright bullshit lie manipulation. You know, like, we're not nitpicking at little things like, the Greens were advocating for housing for all, but we're only able to get 10% of, like, you know, we're not thinking like judging them for not having high, like, Joey, it's not like we're sitting here going, they have high aspirations, but the system is the system does. Like, we're sitting here pointing out real flaws within the party, having people go, oh, you're nitpicking. Like, get some fucking perspective. Like,
Yeah.
really, fuck off. And yes,
Yeah,
thank you for the
and
eggs.
it's the same as when you have people at the grassroots level, like Tamara or myself, and you know, if someone drinks a certain beverage or eats a bloody chocolate Easter egg from whatever, and then it's like, well,
Yeah.
you can't you can't have an opinion on this because you did that, and it's like that's not
No.
how it works.
Because literally I was doing all those things, like people sitting there saying to me when I was handing out how to vote cards, and people saying to me, well, do you drive a car? And me going, I don't actually. There's my electric bike, and there's the cart that I carry my children around in the back of all my groceries when I do my grocery shopping. And yes, you know, I pay extra to the power company every month to use renewable energy rather than, like, I'm doing all of the things. I'm doing everything because I have to be doing everything before you'll agree to do anything, right?
Literally.
That's the standard by which you're measuring me. And the amount of old men who get all grumpy with me and talk about attitude, and I'm like, you're the one who came in here with the attitude. I have to prove that I'm doing everything before you're willing to do anything. Like, fuck off.
Too, when it comes to things like energy and whatnot, like fucking blah blah, electricity, renewable energy, all of that shit. It's one of the biggest tropes of capitalism to make individuals feel responsible for drinking out of a paper straw instead of a plastic straw to save the fucking environment, when the plastic straws are fucking nothing to the environment compared to corporations and their fucking fossil fuel use.
Absolutely. And ExxonMobil has known that what they were doing was destroying the environment since the fucking 80s, so it's not exactly like it's new information.
No.
Anyway.
Child yelling, Mom.
Yes. But yeah, like Emery said, we should, like, you know, there's that classic comment, we should improve society somewhat. Oh, but you participate in society. Curious. How about you go outside and play like I told you to earlier, or go play in your rooms and shut the door?
Oh my God. Someone said, look at your massive fridge in the background. What does that say? Fuck yourself.
It says I've got 2 kids and I live regionally and I have to stock up on food because I have a child with a health condition, and so I have to cook all my food from scratch. Because I can't even buy jarred tomato sauce because it's too high in sodium.
What kind of a comment is that? So, and the other thing that people say to me,
I also have a massive freezer. Do you want to see the size of my massive big freezer?
Show me your big drop freezer.
I'll show you my huge big fucking freezer.
Look at your fridge in the background. What the fuck? Emery said, thanks for proving my point.
Yeah. Yep. I got a freezer. My freezer. I'll show you what's in my freezer, actually. Sorry, guys. I'll be back shortly. Give me a. I'm taking this camera off. Oh. I'm taking it offline so you can see my freezer. We're having a little. I did.
People that we used to do this as well. We live rural or regional, and someone, Travesty James, said, is she supposed to stop eating? Someone said a resourceful queen.
Yes.
Like, they will go out and do, like, hunt, like, a deer or something. Like, before the winter, literally.
Yeah.
Break down the entire carcass of a beast, and that's literally 6 to 12 months of meat for them.
Yeah. The guys over on Twitch are lamenting the fact that there are 30 people watching on TikTok and there's only 6 people watching over on Twitch. Twitch is where all the fun usually happens, to be honest. But Rachel's
I'm
over
sorry,
on.
we're having more fun over here today.
It's only don't worry, we'll get Rachel set up on Twitch and YouTube so we can start getting her over here having the fun with the rest of us.
Yeah.
Because this is where the real fun
Queen Cat
happens.
said, I have a car I bought new in 2012. I've maintained it perfectly. Slay. That's like over a decade.
Awesome sauce. That's one thing I did when I couldn't find housing. I took 30 grand of the deposit that I'd saved. Don't worry, I still had plenty left to buy the house. And I bought a decent car that I could lay the seats completely flat in so that I could set up like a mattress so the kids could sleep in there if we had to, which, came in handy. Not going to lie.
Someone said people really don't get living in the sticks, do they? Yes, exactly. Single parent here, 4 kids, 2 fridges, 2 freezers.
Yeah. Single parent in this economy.
It's a couple of freezers worth. Oh my gosh, it literally is. My mum has a huge.
Yeah.
I think she has 2 drop freezers for the deer that they catch.
One person on YouTube. Comments on TikTok are so inaccessible. Yeah. I do wish they'd come over on Twitch and click follow so we can get those sweet emotes. I'm going to keep encouraging people to join the Twitch because that is where we do need to move to because TikTok is going down big time.
True. And you're not listening, mate. Costco is a big corporation. Who said something about Costco? Emery, I need to get me one of those so I can take advantage of Costco more. It's an accessible way for me to get my food needs met.
Absolutely. And I'm sorry, but again, we just had this conversation, didn't we, about the fact that if you have someone who has accessibility issues and is only able to get assistance to get to the shop, say like once a week or once a month even, and so they have to go somewhere that they can buy in bulk for a reasonable price, and they need to buy food that is going to keep as well, unfortunately, which a lot of fresh produce that you buy from the market isn't because it isn't treated the same way. Like this is again why we talk about privilege and the levels of privilege that are needed to be able to have access to things like even fucking electricity, and why again, like I need a giant fucking fridge that uses a lot of power and a giant fucking freezer. Because again, I'm a single mum who lives regionally and has to cook all of my food from scratch. Like abso-fucking-lutely. Oh God.
Yeah, it's very.
Yeah.
I think it's very narrow. It's very short-sighted to criticize somebody for using something such as Costco when that is something that, like you were saying, is accessible for them and helps them meet their food needs, rather than critiquing the system that is forcing people into a situation where they have to be reliant on somewhere like Costco. Like you're being very short-sighted by pointing the finger of blame at the individual who's doing the best that they can to meet their needs without, without contributing to the system, like someone who wants to boycott the system but still needs to have their needs met. You're pointing a finger at them for doing the best that they can within the system. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism, none.
Yeah.
Critiquing capitalism as a whole.
That's such a good point. That is such a good point, Travis C. James. Can an amputee not be a climate activist if their prosthetic contains plastic?
100%.
Exactly. And that's what Emery just said as well. Like a lot of the food that they need to buy food that's pre-prepped as well because of just access issues around being able to prep food. So, being able to buy raw ingredients and prep. And like, again, like I have issues around, I can't buy a lot of pre-prep food because of my kids' disability access, which also means that I have to spend a lot more time cooking and a lot more time prepping food. So people say to me all the time, like, why can't you work full time? It's like, I have to spend 2 full days prepping my kids' food, for the week.
There's always a cost that, it always comes at a cost, whether it's a cost of time, money,
fair enough, Em.
Whatever it might be, there's always going to be a cost. You two make me laugh. Are you being condescending? Because we really just don't.
I was going to say, have you got what's the word? The mod prep abilities? Are you able? Do you have the power to mute people if you feel the urge, if you feel the need? I just give it.
I'm muting them for 5 minutes.
Yeah, fair enough.
You're in timeout.
Yeah. No, and it is.
You pay for convenience. It's not even just convenience, though, Twat. And I know that you are an ally. I know you're not saying this to be argumentative.
Yeah,
You
it's
pay
the crip
for-
tax. It's the crip tax.
Yeah.
It's
You
the
pay
same. Sorry. Yep. Go.
No, you pay for convenience. If so,
Yeah.
So Tamara was saying that she can't work as much because she's got to put that time into prepping food for her kids. So, like, yeah, you pay for the convenience, meaning like this is why people are working. You pay for convenience. This is why they can make people work 60-hour fucking work weeks, because then it's like, oh well, just go buy that fucking microwave meal on the way home. You don't need the time to prep your food from scratch and make fresh food and everything like that. So you are paying for the convenience, like, and there's always a something that you're paying for. So you're either using more time elsewhere to pay extra for convenience when it comes to your shopping, or you're sacrificing time and money that you could potentially be earning.
Yeah, in other areas. No, absolutely. And I think as well, like, when you talk about the things that you're choosing, the things you choose to sacrifice, a lot of people feel like they don't have a choice, and they get envious when other people make those choices. And it's like, I have to justify why I've made the choice to spend the time at home prepping food for my family instead of working and buying convenience food. And I always explain it and go, yeah, but my kids have health needs that, require a certain specific diet. But it's like, I shouldn't have to. We should live in a society where that's just an option for people. Like, if that is something that you want to prioritize, our society should offer that freedom. That's what capitalism is supposed to be about, right? It's supposed to be about having the options to choose for yourself, and like
and it's funny that it's usually
endless what ifism. Yep, love a straw man.
Wait, were you reading out a comment? You go.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was reading out comments. I've written essays about capitalism and disability. One of them was around that capitalism causing disability, and it really does. Capitalism causes 100%. A lot of disability because of access.
Yeah, 100%. And I forgot what I was going to say now.
Sorry.
No, be sorry. I didn't mean it in a way to be sorry.
No.
See, this is the thing too, is that when you've got a woman, a femme-presenting person like yourself, choosing to sacrifice time in the workforce, to cook food from scratch, whatever, for their children's health, whatever, but it's a person who is single or who doesn't conform to heteronormative life, and or who is anti-capitalist, then you often have men who want to critique that and want to try and tear you down. Yet you go to the comment section of any fucking trad wife on TikTok, and then it's, this is what more women should be like. But then if someone like you or I says something about sacrificing time at work to prep food from scratch because your kids have got health issues, it's, well, why don't you fucking work harder and get a job, you fucking piece of shit? Why? Is it because we're not doing it for the male gaze and for men, for the pleasure of men? Is that why we should be getting a job and working harder? Why is it that when a trad wife is doing it, it's, more women should be this way, but when more women are being that way, they're not cooking food from scratch for a man, then we need to get a fucking job.
Absolutely. And also, the thing that I also find really, really frustrating, prioritizing profits and neglecting food safety. It is because you're taking that profit out of the system. Like, how dare you not be contributing to the system? Because this is the other thing that people don't get. People disparage people who live on or get a disability payment or like aren't working, but they are still contributing to the economy through their purchasing power, right? They're still contributing to economic growth. So we shouldn't be disparaging those people. But when you start removing yourself from it in these ways, again, that really is terrifying to the system when you're no longer needing it, when you're withdrawing, like, even for things like healthcare and whatever, going outside of, I'm not saying go outside of traditional medicine or anything like that, but just, whenever you do anything that is outside of the system that they've set up, there's all of this, like, you see it with the fear around growing your own food. Like, did you see all of every time it's like, someone grew their own food and someone died, like, it's terrifying. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
But Emery just made the comment.
Obviously, Tamara's not advocating for, non-traditional medicine. She's got
No.
a child with complex health needs.
Yes.
She utilises the medical modern medicine. Don't worry, guys.
Absolutely. But I also use food, and I also use like I make a traditional tea using herbs, and I cook with traditional medicines like saltman's bush, which help to reduce sodium and things like that. Like I use a mixture of traditional remedies as well as the medication that they take 3 times a day under the care of the doctor, because natural remedies do have an effect on the body as well. Like that's why you have to tell your doctor.
Fresh food, like it's some kind of pseudo-scientific natural remedy, when really it's just having access to freshly grown food.
Yeah, absolutely.
It shouldn't be this stigmatized thing to be
Thanks,
supplementing traditional medicine, modern medicine with freshly grown fucking produce.
Because that's how medicine got its start. Like the kitchen and the apothecary was side by side for a reason. Like and what we eat is like medicine, and that's why one of the things that we immediately did when my child was diagnosed was look into dietary things we could do, because it's specifically the condition is very much, and when I went through what their diet was like with the dietitian, the funny thing is she said to me, like, you've got a really great healthy diet, but it's too high in certain elements and you need to eliminate those elements. And there are certain plants and certain herbs that you can take that do eliminate those elements, like help your body process them and things like that as well. And that's where like these sort of things started with. And so it's like especially because he was so young and he had such an intense problem, like it was quite, had to have like over a dozen surgeries, it was, and the medication was at the highest dose that they could have. Being able to also add in diet and supplement with other things, other remedies, meant that it corrected the problem in a way that resulted in fewer surgeries. Like we haven't had to have a surgery now in 3 years, and they also haven't had to increase their medication either. So it is working. Like the mixture that we're using is working, and we are doing it under the guidance of a doctor. But they will always try and feed you with this fear around using these things. And it's like, but I cook with saltman bush anyway, and I also know it has this benefit. So I'm just letting you know because it's going to impact his medication, but there's nothing wrong with cooking with this plant. I know because I cook with it.
And then let's look at another side of it, is that if you're cooking with saltman's bush to reduce sodium levels, because it can be used as a salty element in food, and you're doing it to try and help your child reduce their sodium intake for medical purposes, some people would look at that and be like, oh, and there would be some kind of fucking comment that they've got about it. Do you know what I mean? And it's and this is where privilege comes into play, and people need to recognise their privilege. Is that, and same with any First Nations people of any Indigenous culture, using their Indigenous ingredients and whatnot to their produce that they've grown themselves for certain things or whatever. There's always this, bit of a stigma from the mainstream about it.
But it's like I cook with it anyway. I'm just letting you know that I also know it has these medicinal properties. But I want to quickly, this is relevant. Go.
But then the other side of the coin is, when it's being used by the Indigenous people or by people who are using it for a supplementary purpose, then it's stigmatized. However, rich fucking white people are happy to go to a fucking modern Australian restaurant that uses Indigenous ingredients that has fucking a Michelin star or fucking chef hats from the Good Food Guide and order their fucking dish that's got fucking saltman's bush in it because it's fucking,
as long as it serves capitalism,
for a plate of fucking food, and that's fine.
As long as it serves capitalism. This is exactly relates to Emery's comment I was going to read out, and I was like, you've just nailed it. Emery's comment, but capitalism also defines disability within society by designating those who are able to have their productive work extract enough excess wealth for the capitalists and those who can't. So you're labelled as disabled because you're not able to provide excess wealth. And the same thing, like the food and the ingredients aren't valued if you're growing them in your garden and using them in your kitchen. It's only if we can extract that excess value for the sake of capitalism that there is any value in it at all. Like we don't, it's just ridiculous. We don't value people's contribution unless we can measure it in terms of economic growth. It's so bullshit. So bullshit. And yeah, exactly. It's all just vitamins and minerals after all. And a lot of health conditions and things, like even, people say things like, oh, lower your cholesterol. And a lot of these medications and things are shortcuts. But a lot of these things can be managed through diet. But we have made access to those things inaccessible. So many jarred sauces have so much sodium in them and have so many ingredients in them that contribute to bad heart health that we then have to take medications to mitigate because we don't have the time or the access to make our own food from scratch because we're working so much to try and pay for the jarred sauce and the heart medication to keep ourselves alive.
Yeah, exactly.
Far out. I feel like I'm always ranting like a conspiracy theorist, but
but that's the thing though too, is the fact that some people like listen to this stuff and they act like we are conspiracy theorists, and it's like,
yep, line's gonna go up.
But like, can you not see the cycle here? Like, it's
literally, absolutely.
Yeah, this is capitalism at work.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got 12K debt from 2017 from big fines. How am I supposed to get ahead without a full-time job? Yeah, exactly.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then they rob you of the one thing that you might have as well as time. So, for example, last week, Centrelink just cut off my parenting payment, my single parenting payment, which isn't a lot. Like, I'm not going to lie. It's not an awful lot of money, but it is my grocery money and my petrol money for the week. That's like, we're on a tight budget. So, yeah, horrid and very shitty and very fucked, yes. And Emery came to the rescue once again, which was very naughty of them. And I'm not going to cry because, it was a huge weight off. It was a massive, massive weight off. Anyway, I am being quiet. I'm being quiet. But anyway, so, yeah, they just like cut me off, no warning. And then I had to spend hours and hours and hours on the phone. And the first time you call through, they tell you the line's busy, call back later. The next time you call through, they say you've called too many times, you're not going to get through to anyone today. But again, like if you're someone who only has one day off a week, you've only got one opportunity to call them. And so you're constantly not able to call them. Finally, I was able to get through by using somebody else's phone and calling through on the number. And then finally was able to get through and talk to someone by basically, this is going to sound terrible, but I said to the guy on the phone, what you need to understand is that on the 5th of September, I left my place of employment and checked myself into a psychiatric ward because of the intense psychiatric pressure, mental pressure I had been under at work, and because of my breakdown in my relationship, and because of like my work in tenancy support and dealing with the ongoing housing crisis. I got to absolute breaking point and I had to check myself into a mental health care facility. And this situation with you right now dealing with this is not helping because I don't know how I'm going to feed my children. And I have to warn you, I'm feeling quite desperate. And he goes, okay, hold the line and I'll put you through to my supervisor. And then finally they fixed it. Finally they fixed the problem after hours and hours and waiting and begging and having to basically, get real.
There's a tip for anyone watching who may be struggling to get what they need
from Centrelink. Yeah, we do sound like conspiracy theorists, but it's the only fucking way to do it. It's the only bloody way to do it, honestly. And if you do call Centrelink and get to that point and they say, tell us in a few words, what is the nature of your call? Emergency, 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 emergency. You will not get through without telling them it's an emergency. You will not get through. And just at that one call, and do you know what he said to me? I actually recorded it and I should post a TikTok because you know what he told me? The reason that they cut me off?
No.
Because of a failure to respond to a communication that they had no evidence that they'd ever attempted to make.
Oh my God.
Yep. And that's the thing is it's like, it's not my only source of income, but in this economy, I can't pay both
your sources of income.
I can't pay both my mortgage and buy my kids food without help from Centrelink. Like, yeah. I'm a single mum. I'm a single mum living in a remote community. Like, what are you kidding?
Yeah.
And this is the thing too. People say, like, when I was living in a tent, when we were living in a house with 11 people, when we were struggling through that, everyone says, have you tried moving to a regional location where there's housing? Yeah, I was living in a tent in a regional location. Now living in a regional location, can't afford to buy fucking groceries. Like, there are problems here too, guys. Like,
yeah, 100%.
Sorry.
And this reminds me
I
of
know it's not the point, but I just
something-
can't help it.
Wait, what?
Sorry, like I was embarrassing Emery and they didn't like it. But yeah, WA is a two-party consent state. But WA is a two-party consent state, but they warn you that they are recording the call from the beginning, so you're both consenting to the call being recorded. The problem is that often when you request a copy of the call, they don't have a copy of it, usually. Quick trip to Queensland.
But I can't afford rent and groceries. Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. How can I rent to afford rent to move? I can't even afford rent and groceries, let alone removals costs. And this is the other thing too. Like real estate agents are going into tenants and putting the rents up. Like I had a mate who said to me, I'm going to tell them to go get fucked. They tried to put my rent up by $30 a week. I said, dude, good luck with fucking that. Try and find another place for even around what you're paying. And they're like, I can't. I said, yeah, good luck. I know real estate agents who are going into places and putting the rent up by $100 a week, and the tenants have to agree because they can't afford a fucking removalist. They can't afford to play a bond somewhere else.
Yeah, and $100 a week is more affordable than $2 grand up front to move into a new place. Can afford microphone and internet to talk about it.
Yeah.
Shut up.
People are already setting it up so that I was in Queensland when I recorded my Centrelink call. See, this is what community is all about. I've already got an alibi. Yeah, regional is definitely not just cheaper like some say. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. As I said, 130 people in the region where I am right now living in the bloody tents. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate any help anyone's willing to give. Feel free to jump on follow the link in my thing to join the Discord. The link is on my Ko-fi. You've got to click the link in my bio to go to the Ko-fi where all of the links are. And the Minotaur will greet you upon arrival. TikTok chat just keeps being a nice example of it. Yeah, it is. It's really like the TikTok chat is really inaccessible for people who are not on mobile devices. It's unfortunately, I think you can actually watch it live on the computer though through TikTok.
You can access lives on the computer from what I've never done it, but from what I know, you can access it on there.
Yeah. I just love the fact that when you click like when you try and click on my Ko-fi on the link on the Discord, 90% of the time it comes up and goes, this link has expired. And I always have a comment going, the link's expired.
What's the deal? I've seen that. What's the deal with that? Oh, thank you for the friendship necklace. Thank you for any gifts. No one has to send anything.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. Absolutely appreciate it always. But no one feel under any obligation. Always, always. Gosh almighty.
It's like a studio set up on PC. I've seen it in people's videos of them watching lives on computers. So I know it can be done. I don't know how.
Well, I can see that we're live right now on my computer, but TikTok won't give me the ability to link up my live yet. It won't. For some reason, I haven't got that privilege. I was hoping by going live more often, I would get that privilege so that I would be able to link all of the chats up in one spot. But yeah.
Travis T. James is fighting a battle against salty oysters for us. Can't afford $2,000. No, I'm pretty sure Travis T. James is not. Salty oysters is basically saying that you've got the internet in the microphone that you should be thinking about. Travis T. James is terrible. It's like the avocado and toast or iced latte rhetoric. Like if you add a year's worth of getting an iced latte every day, 5 days a week for a year, it's still not enough for a house deposit.
Absolutely. Like avocados are $1 each. avocados are $1 each, but you want to say that we can't afford to buy a house because we're eating avocado on toast. Are you kidding me?
Literally.
It's one of the cheapest
Like,
meals you
what
can
are we
eat.
doing? Literally 1,000 avocados a day, for fuck's sake. Like,
Yeah.
and also the other thing
Fuck
too
off.
is when you're saying, oh, but you've got the internet. Okay, did you realize that you can't apply for a job without the internet
You
these days?
can't live in this world without the internet these days.
No.
Like it's considered a basic service now. Like
The
it's
only way that you can pay rent in most cases is using an internet service, unless you want to go to a bank to do a check or whatnot and then drop it off to your. But then that assumes that you are able to access a bank branch or to be able to drive in reasonable proximity to your real estate office to drop off a check.
yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And there are places as well where you don't even have the option to do that either.
Yeah.
And like, for example, where I live, we don't even have hardline gas. You have to get gas bottles. We can't get hardline bloody anything. So even
Yeah.
having access to the internet is like, it's hard and it's expensive. But again, like I can't report my income for Centrelink every week without access to the internet. Like,
Yeah.
what am I supposed to do? And again, having the internet is easier than having access to the phone. Like my phone signal is not as good as my internet access.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, we do. We mute people for 5 minutes so they have a chance to listen and learn, and then they can usually come back. But everyone, don't forget to like and subscribe and share and do all the things that we're supposed to ask you to do, because that.
You can go to a bank or post office during work hours, not many.
Oh, exactly. And everyone's work hours now are being extended and extended and extended to the point we have to start work at 7:30. We don't finish until 7:30. Bloody hell.
You don't get long lunch breaks anymore. It's half an hour in most industries.
Yeah, just enough time to scoff down your food and get indigestion.
Yeah.
Far
Not enough time to
out.
go and do shit on your lunch break you used to be able to.
No, exactly.
Salty oysters, you're gone. No way.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a literal fucking actual joke. And it was, people may have feelings about them either way, but I was watching Abby Chatfield's stories the other day, and she was talking about the struggle that she's had with Optus and the big telcos, and like it's very like poignant to the conversation that we're having now. And I was there for the tea because she gets really worked up about her argument that she's been having with Optus for quite some time, because she like has been having this issue where so her like internet will just be like disconnected or she won't have access to it or whatever.
Yeah.
Gone to Optus, and I'm using her as an example because she spoke about it publicly on her large platform, and a lot of people probably would have seen it. But like, imagine this if you're not a person in a position of privilege like Abby Chatfield is, where you've got a problem with your internet. You can't access the internet from where you live or on your phone or whatever because there's a problem with your internet. So you like go into the telco store to try and get them to fix the problem, and they say, well, you've got to go online. And you're like, well, I can't go online. And then they're like, oh, well, you've got to call this number then. So you go home and you call the number, and then the number says, well, you've got to go in store. And then you go like, and they just run you around in circles. And then they're like, oh, well, but, you know, call this or go online and do this. And it's like, but that's the reason I'm having an issue is because I can't call or I can't go online. And
yes.
And then in store tells me to go online or call. Like, and that's what she was saying, you know, things like she's in a position of privilege where like she has the time to do this or she can send an assistant to go and do this. But like for a regular person, getting this kind of runaround from a company like Optus or whatever is going to be impossible to navigate.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I feel like it's by design a lot of the time as well, that by making it harder to access, you know, any assistance, it drives people to give up in one way or another, you know, and especially I think we were talking about this with Nemesis when we were talking about, I know it's a little bit off topic, sorry, I know I'm going a bit sideways, but we were talking about this when we were talking about Nemesis with the robo-debt scam with ScoMo. You know, they didn't care that it led to people choosing to take their own lives. They just wanted to get people off of benefits by any means necessary. Oh my goodness. We got a new Ko-fi subscription. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate the support. Hey. Yes, Smuggo Mo like. Yeah, try having a bank account without access to the internet.
100%.
Exactly. Absolutely. Yeah. Everyone follow on Twitch. Make Bezos be forced to pay me. Yes, rather than asking for donations for lovely people on TikTok. Follow on Twitch so that Bezos pays us for the entertainment we're providing. Yeah. No, and the problem is as well as being regional, if you're not with one of the two major providers, you don't get cell service.
Yeah. I'm not with Optus or Telstra, haven't been for years, never will be again. I'm curious as to where you're located and who you're with. Cautiously but thoughtful. You don't have to dox yourself or anything like that, but in some areas, yeah, you're not going to be able to get service without being with one of the two telcos, Vegas. Yeah, so you're in the city, so it's easier. You've got more choice.
You've got you've got service. So like where I live, I don't get service with one of the two major providers a lot of the time. You know? You know what I'm saying? I need to refill my caffeine supply. 1 second.
It's okay.
I have lived in places that the only option. I've lived in places where the only option was to have Telstra service because no other telco had coverage, and now they're shutting off 3G. Yeah, I know, that's ridiculous. In WA, Telstra is basically your only option outside of the major towns. Yeah, exactly. And I don't live in a major town. Well, I mean, I live outside of a major town, yes.
Where are hosts located without doxing? I don't like to say where I'm located, but I will say that I'm in a city. I'm not regional or rural, but I did live regional until I was in my mid-20s. So I've had the experience of both. And I'm not in the bigger cities either. As well. And then Tamara is in WA. In a rural regional area south of Perth, which I'm not doxing, she says that. Yeah. Online all the time.
About 5 hours south of Perth.
Starlink available Australia-wide. My mum does have Starlink where she is.
I do have a Pepsi. I've talked to friends in the UK and they have they're horrified at how expensive basic internet service is. Yeah. We do.
We pay the worst internet in the world.
People talk about how high our taxes are and how it's like if our taxes were higher, we would have anyway. The government could afford to invest so much more into services if they weren't so busy giving kickbacks to their rich mates.
Yeah. Yeah, now I can see you have that. Have you woken up from your nap?
And that is one thing about the Greens is their economic policy is to put more in services. And I value that about them and I appreciate that about their policies, which is why I always get frustrated when people accuse me of being anti-Greens, because I appreciate that their policies are to put that money back into public services and stop giving those kickbacks to the rich corporations who aren't giving anything back to us at all, not even in terms of jobs or services to our economy. They're really not. They're taking all the services offshore. We're getting nothing for our money. They're taking all the fucking jobs offshore. It's ridiculous at the rate this is happening as well. And people are blaming immigration. It's not fucking immigration. Like we need to increase immigration for the sake of our economy, if anything. Like if you're all worried about the economy, immigration, we need to boost immigration big time because no one is having kids in this economy. No one is having children in this economy. So we need to increase immigration. It's as simple as that. And immigration is going to increase because of the two current massive wars that are going on that Australia is involved in. Whenever Australia is involved in armed conflict overseas, we have a massive influx of refugees coming from those places. It's just fucking guaranteed to happen. So that's going to happen regardless of what anyone tells you. And it needs to happen anyway. But the Greens don't go far enough in terms of their social policy. And that's where I fail to sit here and say, no, I don't have to be critical of them, because the only way to push them further left on their social policy is to criticize them for not being left enough on it, and by offering a further left alternative. Yeah, especially because of their commitment to respectability politics. And this is what frustrates the fuck out of me when people say that they are the party of protest. No, I know of politicians who have complained about getting that label and who constantly want to be framed as being the nice, quiet, genteel, respectable politicians. They need to, like, their core demographic needs to understand what they are, and they're not going to do that without people calling them out. And I don't care if you want to call me a malcontent for doing it. I will call out hypocrisy where I see it, regardless of who's saying it.
Yeah.
They're not revolutionary at all. Exactly.
No.
Sorry about that. Another rant. I should
calm my dog down because she's going off about a pillow being out of place.
Hopefully, if I don't get my live flagged, I'll be able to download it afterwards, and I'll be able to clip those rants and post them separately.
Oh, a little montage.
Little montage of all the best rants.
I love that.
Absolutely.
On a serious note, will either of you two want to get into politics? Tamara has run for, she's been in politics.
I've run for office before, and I did speak on the live earlier. I do want to run in the next state election as an independent on a housing for all policy. And literally, I don't give a shit. Everyone's going to ask me what my policy on everything is, and I'm going to say housing. Don't give a shit. What's your mental health policy? Housing. What's your crime policy? Housing. What's your environmental policy? Housing. Specifically, mid-rise development in inner city suburbs. Housing. Yeah, the Greens have been co-opted by the neoliberal economic philosophy. Exactly. Invest more into social programs is as far left as they'll go. And that's not left enough as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
We don't even need a UBI as long as we provide everyone with the things that they need, starting with housing.
Literally.
Starting with housing. And I don't give a shit. Like, I will run on that platform and I'll get nothing. I'll get no votes in the state election. But I want to use it to jump a platform into the federal election where we run on a federal platform of housing first, and we just make the conversation around how the government absolutely could do something about housing, but they are actively choosing not to because it doesn't serve their interests. They have changed the legislation around the stealing of food so that you can now, as a sentencing option, you can now be sentenced to jail time for stealing food, but they refuse to do anything about price caps on groceries. Like, our government has shown us their priorities. They've shown us whose side they are on. There is no point talking about anything else except their ineptitude to address this issue, because they have shown us that they have no interest in addressing it time and time again. Sorry, I can't stop ranting about this. It just makes me so fucking angry.
I love it.
Economic systems that require access to currency to participate in having a UBI is a good part of unhooking the clause of the corporate wage exploitation. The unfortunate point is, though, with the system we have currently set up, introducing a UBI tends to just cause a rise in inflation, because all you get are places like Coles and Woolworths saying that they're going to jack up prices again. So you have to first address people's access to basic things like housing and take the pressure off, because immediately when you take the pressure off of one area, it opens up people's access to other areas. But you also have to put in things like price caps, and then, yes, a UBI. But that needs to come as like a third or fourth point down a progress of policies that are put in place to manage the flow-on effects of first providing people with the basics, because there will be people with a glut of capital left over when housing is no longer an issue. That, again, we know already in our current economy, people are saying, about inflation's going up. We know it's being pushed by the elderly amongst us who already own their homes, are not facing housing pressure, and so have excess capital to spend. And there are markets out there that are taking advantage of that are causing prices to rise for the rest of us as well. So it does need to come in with other there does need to come in with other measures as well. But yeah, modern monetary theory has a lot to say on how you can manage an economy when you are providing things like a UBI, which I would 100% like. We should do that for book club 1 month. We'll get into modern monetary theory and talk about how it manages things like a UBI. But yes, definitely a UBI. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Managing the flow-on effect is always the difficult thing when it comes to introducing because that's the other problem with introducing things like a first home buyers. Like we can see immediately giving people yeah. But yeah, again, that is without the government saying that a certain portion of properties have to be set aside that only can be purchased by home buyers utilizing the first home buyers scheme. Like there weren't enough measures put in place to accurately measure that, monitor that, but that was done on purpose because particularly in Western Australia, the first home buyers scheme was pushed by who was it? Who was it pushed by? Remind me, guys. What was his name? The property developer who pushed it in Western Australia. Yeah, that is the problem as well. Absolutely. Who is it? There was a liberal. I want to say they were a member of the Legislative Council. Colin. Who was he? Was it Barnett? No, it wasn't Barnett. I can't remember who it was, but either way, the first home buyer scheme that went through was pushed by the property developers who were developing properties on the far side of Perth City, way out in the middle of nowhere where there were no services yet. That's where all the first home buyers got stuck. Colin Barnett. Was it Colin Barnett? I think it was Colin. Was it Colin Barnett? Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to get in trouble for saying the wrong person, for blaming the wrong person for this. We've lost Rach. That's okay. She'll be back, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Oh! What is going on there? Maybe it was Colin Barnett. Either way, I'll find it later. But yeah, when you can see that these sorts of policies are being pushed by people with a vested interest, it becomes very clear to see the propaganda that's being pushed. For sure. I'm really fantastic with names, and I say it's Colin Squatters Rights McGee. All 4 squatters' rights around here. If anyone wants to know about the squatters' rights as well, we've got the link on the Discord over there, where we're also sharing some great memes to do with squatters' rights too. Share, like, subscribe, follow, do all the things I'm supposed to ask you guys to do, please, and thank you. Yes, thank you. I've lost Rachel. I kind of feel sad now, but that's all right. We can keep chatting about other things. I'm going to jump back over and just say, it just makes me feel sick. It really does make me feel sick. Some of this bullshit. Hi, ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy. I just can't get over that. I just cannot. I cannot get over that smug expression and those smug laughs. I'm trying not to focus on it. I'm trying to direct my anger. I'm trying to direct my anger at the right sort of place. Like trying to direct it in a positive direction. That's the deal. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to focus it in the right direction. Oh. Yeah, I think people who get annoyed. No, I'm not in Victoria. Sorry, I am in Western Australia. But people who get annoyed about the talk around squatters and squatters' rights, if you do not own a property that you have left abandoned for an extended period of time, you've got nothing to worry about. And again, I spoke about this earlier in the live stream. I'll talk about it now again, just briefly. But there are ways to circumvent this. So one of the ways that in some of the Western European countries they've circumvented this is by employing people to reside in vacant properties that aren't yet habitable. So, for example, like warehouses and things that they're trying to renovate, or properties that they've just bought and are going to renovate but aren't at that point yet where they're able to. They hire people to reside in those properties so that squatters can't come in and claim squatters' rights. So they've found a way to circumvent it. And it also means that people aren't land banking and leaving properties empty for a long period of time. People aren't purchasing properties that they don't have the funds to maintain and care for. They're more likely to maintain properties on an ongoing basis to ensure they don't fall into disrepair, so they are able to be rented out on an ongoing basis. So it actually does, it like promoting squatters' rights has a lot of really good flow-on effects. And people who don't understand what they're talking about when they shit on the way that these frameworks are established, like, they don't understand capitalism. They're advocating for a system they don't even understand properly. And, like, it's the shittest system we could be having. But at least if we're going to have to live under it, let's use it to our advantage, you know? Oh, my goodness. How flippin' disgraceful. Oh, far out. Okay. I do want to also highlight this. It's a win-win, security for the place and roof over someone's head. Yeah, absolutely. I also want to highlight this because I had a lot of people. Don't forget, he won an election talking about how he grew up in public housing. So he so understands the plight of current renters. Yeah, that frustrates me so much about Albo as well, that rhetoric. Abso-fucking-lutely. But when I talked about white privilege, a lot of people had an issue with me talking about white privilege in that video when I stitched with the project as well. Which portion of our population is most likely to be affected by housing insecurity? Which portion of our population is most likely going to be impacted by housing insecurity, wage insecurity, criminalization? Like, whenever we talk about these issues, ignoring the fact that they are most likely going to impact our Indigenous community is just being fucking ignorant. It's just being ignorant. And people saying to me, I was with you until you said white privilege, you're showing your privilege at being so ignorant of this. Like, the fact that it's not an issue to you until it starts affecting white families, and the fact that I should only be talking about it I should only be talking about it in the context of the fact that it's affecting everyone, rather than talking about the fact that it has specifically been impacting and does impact at a much higher rate the Indigenous community than any other community. Like, you have to have. I have to go around 3. Okay, no worries. Fair enough. Okay, that's probably a good time to call it quits anyway at 3 o'clock. But the fact that you want me to ignore the fact that it specifically impacts a particular portion of the population because it makes you uncomfortable, or you don't think that we should be talking about that, but those specific impacts, those specific portions of the population, like, you don't want to address your complicity in that. Like, I don't understand why people get so offended when you point out how white privilege plays a role in this ignorance. It's got nothing to do with white, though. Stop backtracking. It does, though. Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's happened to me before as well. The home that I was in, there were problems with mold, and they said, well, if it was going to be deemed unlivable, they were going to knock it down. And so they weren't going to let us exactly, Black communities. There's a place in my town that refuses to employ an Indigenous person just cause. Absolutely. Stop bringing things that don't belong to what you're trying to convey. What are you talking about, Dynamite? Absolutely. Like, this is that core part of the conversation. This is a core part of the conversation. And when we start addressing issues around housing insecurity and homelessness, ignoring the fact that it is going to have a greater impact on the Indigenous community leads to problems further down the line. Like, there are specific guiding principles around Indigenous housing that have been developed by Indigenous organisations like Mia More, which specifically talk about the kind of setups we need in order for Indigenous housing to be sustainable. And if we're not recognising that and taking that into account when we're trying to develop housing solutions, then it isn't going to be suitable for the greatest portion of the population who are going to require that support. So if we don't talk about the race element in this issue, it is only going to cause further issues down the line. And I know because I work in this space. And one of the big issues we have in housing with dealing with people who are in community housing or in Department of Housing is overcrowding, because Indigenous families like to stay together in a home. But when you are in Department of Housing, you're not allowed to. There are a specific limit on the amount of people that you can have staying in a property. And they don't build properties in order to accommodate the family setups of Indigenous families. And so by ignoring the race elements that come into play with housing issues, we then cause other problems where we now have, there are specific housing estates that have been set up by Department of Housing for Indigenous elderly women that aren't allowed to have overnight guests. Anyone who has any connection with the Indigenous community knows that the aunties in the community are the ones whose doors are always open for the young kids when they need somewhere to go. So if you have a space where you say that, no, you can't have overnight guests and that's where all the aunties have to stay, and then you're complaining because there are kids wandering the street with nowhere to go, and you're not connecting the two because you're not talking to the communities that you're servicing, and there are issues that are arising because you're ignoring the race element to what you're doing when you're trying to create housing, and then you're complaining that there are more problems. Like, there is a race component to it, and ignoring that is just ignoring a huge portion of the problem. Really, how? Have you been or lived in a remote area? Yes. What are you talking about? I do. Hi. Come back. Fair enough. Oh, just because they run out of, okay, no, I'm going to mute you now, because when you said just cause, when you said just cause, I thought you were going to say just because they're racist, but then you were racist yourself, so you can go away. Yeah.
I was just wondering if I got another chocolate. Just got a whole fucking packet of Whispers.
Has she still not finished it?
No.
She is making that thing last, isn't she? No, you can have a piece of fruit or something. Have a piece of fruit or something. You're supposed to have it outside anyway. Have it outside. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we listen twice as much as we speak. I don't. I talk a lot more. Yeah, go on. Take it outside. Really, how have you lived in or have you been or lived in a remote area? This is obviously someone who is not familiar with me or my content at all. Like, not even a little bit. Yeah, fine. Go. So, did like, share, subscribe, all the things I'm supposed to ask you to do. Go away, children. Out of the screen. I'm going to have to log off soon because they are going to want my attention. But, you know, love them to death. Obviously a biggest, dickest kind of response. Whose response to the biggest? You are so passionate. I am very passionate. How do I find you on Discord? Okay, so here's the labyrinth. Ready? Go to my profile on TikTok and there's the link to my Ko-fi. On my Ko-fi page are all the links to all my social media. So the Discord link, the Twitch link, the YouTube link, so you can follow me all the other places as well. We have a lot of fun over on Twitch. I am very passionate. Thank you. I appreciate that. Where are we going? Dear people in TikTok land, if you say white privilege, don't do X, you're missing your own bullshit views, guys. Shut up and listen. Yes. Thank you, Kim. Very well said.
To say that you're white but don't have white privilege is the being white is the privilege.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And this is the thing too, I always say to people always say to me, why are you so outspoken about this stuff, especially because you own your own home now? And the reason is because, like, I'm Indigenous, but I'm white passing, I'm white presenting, which means that I have a lot of white privilege that I recognize. But because I'm also involved in community and connected with community, and I can see the difference that privilege makes in my life, despite the fact that I've grown up. Like, the difference is when you can see what life is like without white privilege and you have access to it, you can weaponize it. Like, you can absolutely weaponize it. But you have to be able to, who's on live with tomorrow? Rachel's over on the other live. Yeah, Twitch commentary live. Yeah. Thanks. Oh, I got a letter. I wonder what this is about. Yeah.
We'll do a letter unboxing.
But you can absolutely see. You also got to check in with that person. Yes, I will. I've got to do that in like 5 minutes. I've got to do that.
Oh, yes.
Whoopsies. Okay. All good. I will make sure I do that next few minutes, but that's all good. But yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the thing too, is that it's so easy to recognize it when you when you are aware of life, what life is like without it. But for people who they're not involved with those communities. They're surrounded by other white people. And a lot of the times they won't have that in their own social groups, they'll recognize a lack of privilege, and they'll see themselves as being less privileged because they see other social groups that are also white that have more privilege. So they recognize their lack. But when you've been involved in communities where there is a lack of whiteness, like you can just see how much, because even without having the socioeconomic benefit of being wealthy, the benefit of whiteness has opened so many doors for me, including home ownership.
And that's, we were, I remember if we were on a live or
Can you put it in
we
the
were
thing by the
in a
door
comment
up there?
section, and it might not have even been you, it might have been one of our other allies. And someone
Oh,
was
bye,
trying
Em.
to do this.
Love you. Sorry. Yeah.
No, don't worry. Someone was trying to do this like, oh, I don't have privilege, I had a hard life, blah, 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 blah. And their point that they made to demonstrate that they didn't have white privilege was that they dropped out of school in grade 9
Back
and
off.
ended up getting an apprenticeship at the age of 16. And then by the time they were 21, had finished their apprenticeship and had their own business in the trade that they'd done an apprenticeship in. That is your white privilege. Because if you're an Indigenous person
Oh my
who dropped out of
goodness.
school in grade 9, who
Yeah.
find it significantly harder to secure an apprenticeship and to be able to access that apprenticeship, to get transport to it, to buy the tools that they needed to do to access resources to be able to complete that apprenticeship. And then
I'm eating chocolate eggs all day.
all of those things would be significantly more difficult for an Indigenous person to achieve.
And yes, like I get your point as well, Kim, saying, it does feel like a pissing contest all the way to the bottom, instead of realizing that, the people fucking us over are the assholes that are rich. Absolutely. But I specifically think that when we are talking about recognizing, because that smirk in particular, like talking about that reaction on the project, that smirk in particular, like access to electricity is something in particular that affects the Indigenous community, which is why I mentioned white privilege there as well. Because in particular, sorry, I'm turning my cameras off. Let me just do that. Because the Indigenous community in particular, come on, hurry up. Really, do you know if you're Indigenous, you can apply for home loans at 2%? White people can't do that. That's not true. That's not true. As someone with a home loan and someone who tried to get a home loan several times and couldn't, someone who struggled to get a home loan, I think it took me like 5 times in the end before I finally got a home loan. There was no 2% home loan option. So, but nice try. I couldn't even get away with not paying lender's mortgage insurance. So how's that? How's that for irony?
To regurgitate, it's the same as people that love to it's the same talking points that are regurgitated. Oh, thanks, Jay Davis, Prime Minister. It's the same.
Privilege is very. Jess on YouTube just said privilege is very often the absence of oppression rather than the positive presence of some sort of benefit.
100%.
And people have a lot of harder time recognizing an absence rather than a presence.
It is true. My sister married an Indigenous person. Oh, did a mod get?
Yeah, mod got it. We've Belle's on there.
Oh, Belle's a mod. Okay, so.
Yeah. Love you, Belle.
What we're going to say, but this is, nice job, Belinda. This is the thing, and whoever said that on YouTube is 100% correct. And it's, I understand what that other person was saying about it being a pissing contest to the bottom instead of recognizing that it's the bigger picture. But the reason why it's important to address these things is because we need to raise class consciousness. And a lot of the time, the people who are saying these things, who are the white people who are trying to say, well, I don't have white privilege, it's because they're working class, they're lower class, they're in the same class as us. They're not the ruling class. And so if the ruling class are pointing fingers at each other of who's got privilege and who doesn't, they're the ones ignoring the bigger picture. So we need to show people why those things that they have, the tropes that have been perpetuated by the ruling class, they want white people to think that Indigenous people have some kind of privilege, like 2% home loans, or that, you know, them as white people don't have white privilege because they've
You got him too.
financially by capitalism.
Yeah.
Like this is what the ruling class wants, is for the white working class people to be against the Indigenous working class people.
But if we want to make things better for everybody, we have to, like, the standard we accept for those who are least amongst us is the standard that we will all get eventually, which is why
to recognize these things.
exactly, and which is why a lot of my work as well has focused on like decriminalize the criminal justice system, because labeling people as a criminal is also a way of creating another class and creating a class of subhumans. But that label has been used specifically against people who are in a part of leftist movements throughout time, specifically during the rise of fascist regimes, which we are seeing a rise of throughout Western societies lately. So it's very concerning to also see this rhetoric of people now being labelled as criminal and getting jail time for stealing food, because that is 100% something that I know lots of people on the left have engaged in out of a sheer necessity and a recognition that their lives are more valuable than corporate profits, because you get that ideology real quick on the left. But by creating a criminal underclass and by saying that this criminal underclass are not worthy of having the same rights as other people, and we do that specifically again to people of color, and we do that by criminalizing them as well. But by creating this, by ignoring the role that race plays in the creation of this underclass, we are ignoring, like, it's one of the criticisms I have of communism and what, like, a lot of Marxist ideology as well, was a bit of the ignorance of the way that gender and race can play a role in class division. And particularly because I do feel like in our society, it's not even like the working class are the lowest class among us. I do feel like it is the Indigenous class who are almost put into their own class system by our capitalist hierarchy.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's just so normal. It's so normalized to be racist about them, particularly in an economic sense.
Yeah.
I was at a party the other day and a 13-year-old girl told this racist joke. And it was so funny because I just straight away went, no, and started like explaining to her why what she said was racist. And her mother and her brother were both sitting right there. And then the guy whose house it was said, oh, come on, you know, she's 13. And I said, yeah, so it's the perfect age to learn how racism is bad and how what she's doing is perpetuating racist stereotypes and how not to do it in the future. Like, you know, but at 13 to have the gall to sit there and make a racist joke and not think twice about it, like, what? You can't ignore, like, these are not people who are well off. Like, this is, you know what I mean? Like, who are we kicking? We're kicking the class below us again.
Yeah.
You know? Exactly.
They want us fighting amongst ourselves instead of grouping together to fight them. Yeah. Exactly. Because this is the thing too, and this is Tamara and I talk about this all the time, and it's another tangent, is that capitalism and colonization are intrinsically linked. You can't have one without the other.
Yeah.
And colonization has ushered in capitalism in colonized societies. And so that's why.
Yes. 100%.
To separate the white working class and create an underclass of the First Nations people who were colonized.
Absolutely.
Because it creates a false sense of superiority for
absolutely
working class.
Exactly. We might have it bad, but at least we don't have it as bad as them. At least there is someone else we can point to and say, and this is what homelessness does as well. Like, yes, we might be paying 90% of our wage to our housing costs, but at least we're not sleeping rough on the street.
Yeah.
Have you read On the Zhoosh Idea? If not, I recommend it. No, I haven't. On the Zhoosh Idea. On the Zhoosh Idea. I'll have to have a read of that. I like to read books that challenge me, but I did pick up I did pick up Justice by Means of Democracy, Expecting to be Challenged, and I have found myself agreeing. Oh, talking about the smell of books. Oh, this book. Oh,
Nice.
such a nice smell. I told Lippy about it the other week. Call your therapist, yeah.
Oh my gosh, is that what you've? Yes, you've got to do that.
I will. Yeah, donut economics. Yep, donut economics is another good idea. But again, these are all, I mean, a lot of them are, again, we're talking Band-Aid solutions, right? Like, that's what a lot of these ideas are. A lot of this is trying to tinker around the edges to fix the system that we currently have, rather than it's by King Jong-il. Okay. I'm for pingers, but socialism always ends up in starvation. Actually, not true. That's actually not true. It's one of those great capitalist propaganda lies that people keep telling me that people are really good at seeing through political propaganda, and yet I keep seeing rhetoric like this floating around.
Yeah.
Capitalism created poverty. Capitalism is the inventor of poverty. So one of the things that, okay, so when you lived in a property, right, okay, and there was land there that was being cultivated and used to grow, the state got a percentage of everything that was grown on the land.
Yeah,
So,
we both follow Madeline Pendleton. We love her.
yeah. So if someone, yes, love Madeline Pendleton, absolute legend. So if someone wasn't growing and cultivating on the land, other people could come along and grow and cultivate on it, because the state wanted the land to be continually producing so that they could get their share of the market as well, right? This was sort of before the capitalists. This was more of like this is one of the many sort of models of the feudalist system that they had back then. But the idea is that you would be producing not just for yourself, but also for your community, also for the state. Like it was a managed sort of feudalist economy. And yes, your ownership over a parcel of land wasn't absolute, but while you were cultivating, like again, possessions being 9/10 of the law, while you were cultivating it and using it, you had the use of that property, because you were doing your job by your community, by the state. You were contributing to your society. Nowadays, people have this idea that they should have this, because capitalism has given this idea that all they have to do is like accumulate capital. That's the end goal of capitalism, is to accumulate capital. That's not what capitalism is even about. You don't even understand your own ideology. But because they keep trying to accumulate capitalism, they keep taking resources out of the economy. Like it's like withdrawing things from the balloon. And the way that they sort of refill the balloon is with this fake thing, money. They refill it up with this fake thing that they tell us all that we need to keep, sharing around to try. It's honestly ridiculous. It's honestly an absolute ridiculous system. And when you bring up things like the historical context around like adverse possession, this idea that the property wasn't yours unless you like use it or lose it, people act as though, this is some communist revolutionary idea. And it's like, no, this has its basis in Roman law. This is the beginning of capitalism. This is your ideology. This is like, you don't even understand your own ideology. Like, just use your own feeling against you. Sorry, I'm rambling. Socialism leads to starvation. Did that happen? No. Czechoslovakia, Hungary. People make big claims about socialism, but they often don't know their history. Yeah, exactly. No idea. People have no idea, honestly.
Sharia is, theological law, not economic. Socialism ending up in starvation and mass death every single time. So I would counter that point with this question. In communist or socialist societies, Dylan James, where you believe that it has ended in death and mass starvation every single time, have there been a class of people at the top of that society that have not starved to death?
Yeah.
Because if that's the case, and there has been a group of people at the top of the society who have not been affected by mass death and starvation, I would assert to you that it is not true socialism or communism. It is just a mutation of capitalism.
Yeah.
Because there has been a class who have profited enough to be able to avoid mass starvation and death through their own self-preservation. What is it? The capital that they have allowed them to survive. starvation.
I was going to say as well, my favorite thing, I'm going to read this Adam Smith quote that Jess has left in a second, but my favorite thing as well. I just fucking absolutely love your rant. But like, no, we've actually, whenever, what happens whenever any country starts tinkering around the edges of communism, next minute the CIA performs a coup, like institutes a dictatorship that like transforms the entire place into. Absolutely. But yeah, Jess gave this wonderful Adam Smith quote, which again, like one of the fathers of capitalism. As soon as the land of any country has all become private property, the landlords, like all other men, love to reap where they never sowed and demand a rent even for its natural produce. So, like, he abhorred landlords. Landlords were the abhorrence of the capitalists because hoarding wealth doesn't actually help drive the capitalist system. This is why Marx said it was the system that ate its own tail, though, because that push for profit pushes people towards a greed mindset. Whereas if you are not pushing towards profit, if you change the driver, if you change the motivating force, then you're not, then greed isn't amongst the motivating factors. But unfortunately, yeah, it's the system that eats its own tail because people do start resource hoarding and it does lead to a dismantling of the system. And that is one thing. And again, there are people out there, and I will say this, there are people out there, even economists I admire, who are like anti-managed systems, anti-managed economic systems, ignoring the fact that what we have now is a managed economic system. It's just that board members and like the private banks get to decide like what those systems look like, and they call on the government every now and then to criminalize certain behavior that they see cropping up that they don't like stealing food. Oh, God almighty. But we already have a planned and managed economy. It's just divvied out in a way that doesn't look like a planned economy. The problem is with centralized planned economies. You can have a decentralized planned economy that hasn't really been tried before. Like, there is room to talk about a different economic communist framework for our modern era. But the difference between a really communist economic framework and a capitalist framework is that there isn't the means of massive wealth accumulation in a true communist economic framework. So like Rachel was saying, if someone is accumulating massive amounts of wealth, then it's not a communist economic framework. It can't be. Sorry.
Comments are going off here. I'm trying to keep up. Okay, so this person called Senzu Bean said something that I want to touch on. Capitalism is the exponential growth of everyone's capability and therefore your own.
No.
The problem, Senzu Bean, is that the world, this exponential growth, and so
the impossible hamster.
Infinite exponential growth in the economy has been debunked over and time again by people that you would perceive to be far more reputable and knowledgeable than Tamara and I. Okay?
Look up the impossible hamster. Look up the impossible hamster. Look up the impossible hamster. Like these are like world-class economists trying to demonstrate how impossible the idea of endless economic growth is, using a hamster to try and simplify it for people to understand. You can, either way.
Yeah, Linda, mute them so that if they still want to listen and try and learn something, they can, but they're not making any sense.
No, not at all.
The comments are sending me as well, Tulip Features. And also, Travesty James, I agree with what you said when James said that this capitalist society that we live in is working. It's not. And again, people that you people would perceive as far more, the people who don't like Tamara and I think that we're idiots and don't know what we're talking about. They're people who you would perceive as far more reputable and knowledgeable on these topics than we are. Probably because they're male presenting and identifying.
Yeah.
But they have said that capitalism is no longer working for us as a society, economically, socially, in any sense of the word. It cannot continue. Not the resource to sustain it. Not my words, that is not Tamara's words, that's not something we've made up out of thin air. It's not a belief system, it's not a fucking religion, some made up fucking person based on a fucking book that was written fucking thousands of years ago that no one can fucking prove.
No.
Actually, it's bona fide fucking research. to ignore it because
that has been researched and reprinted and re-examined again and again and again. The only economists who don't believe that capitalism is a failing are the econ bros who look at who treat economics the same way. Like, it's like an astrology chart. The kind of economics they engage in is astrology for commerce bros. They're the only ones who don't realize that capitalism is literally crumbling beneath our fingertips.
Literally. It works for 1%, exactly, but they're going to destroy the earth in the process. Belinda, I think that he blocks OG, which is good because he's really working Tamara and I up and it'll send us into a fucking spiral. So, good call.
No complaints, no complaints. Yeah.
This is why we need mods, because we're not level-headed enough to make these decisions for ourselves because we keep arguing with them. On when it becomes productive. Dylan, enjoy the silent corner. Yes, BK. Capitalist advocates. We actually, I think it's the Trixie, which is not capitalist advocates. It's actually capitalist extremists, because apparently people who believe in, in deconstructed capitalism, we're extremists, right? We're the extreme left. We're, all of the extremes that they want to throw at us, when in actual fact, it's the capitalist extremists who are advocating for a system that is literally destroying our earth and society to continue because they believe that one day it'll kick them and they'll be fucking...
The idea that the only labor that is valuable is labor that can be monetized, when like 70% of the work that is done in our society is not monetizable. Like, most of the care work that is done in our society is not monetizable. It's one of the great things that baffled Marx as well about capitalism, is how it could completely discount the work that was being done outside of the market. It just completely ignored it. Like, it didn't exist. Like...
The econ pygmies, exactly. Adams put in a quote: capitalism subordinates even man's thinking and action to money considerations.
Okay, Kim just left us a lovely comment. I just have to say, you lot have the patience of saints. I'd have already got blocked by TikTok responding to the false arguments of stupid people who think they're going to be rich tomorrow. More than 40% of jobs under capital systems of formal work are bullshit. Yeah. And 40% of the jobs that we have found to monetize are made up.
The fact that somebody who is a nurse or a care worker in care or disability care or something like that can get paid next to nothing.
Yeah.
And yet work physically laborious.
For some of the most important work in our society as well. Teachers, nurses. Yeah.
And then we've got these people getting paid fucking $200,000 a bloody year to work in corporate workplaces, and these people in middle management and upper management in workplaces are literally doing nothing. They're doing imaginary jobs.
Yep. 100%. Someone on the train is reading The Science of Getting Rich. Oh my God. I hope it's another one of these. I hope it's another one of these. I hope it's a subversive text, like another one of these justice by means of democracy, where they're like, yeah, only if we change the system completely.
Yes. The temporarily embarrassed billionaires, not the temporarily embarrassed.
Yeah. Oh.
I got a photo. She got a photo. Belinda got a photo of the big person with the book.
Oh, good on you. Put it on the Discord. I'm loving the comments in this video that I cannot. Some of the comments are just so good. People are so fucking funny. I love it. Love it.
Socialism and communism make the masses of the people true masters of society.
Yeah. So much swearing. Yes. Oh.
I work in corporate, just spent his whole time making PowerPoints, and he makes 6 figures.
Far out.
Workers, my partner, tirelessly for their hard work. All the risk that they were taking by even attending work during COVID.
Yeah. Yeah.
All of the
And how's that? How's that though? All of the frontline essential workers who we needed to continue working through COVID, you can't buy a house on one of those wages.
all the people who got to sit at home and work from home on their computers, making their little fucking spreadsheets and sending their little fucking emails.
Yep.
Getting their 200K a year.
Yep.
Sweet.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely discussion. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. The amount of people I've got in the comments though is the amount of people in the comments who are just like, yeah, absolutely. Like this is, you know, I'm like, yes. Haha. It's what we need to get to know you better. And like wage theft is such a bigger portion of thefts and crime that happen in our country than any kind of property related crime. Just FYI as well. Like they're stealing from us more than any of us could possibly steal from them. I'm off to feed the zoo animals. Keep up the good fight. I'm going to have to go and do that in a few minutes as well, actually. My zoo animals are going to need to be fed. Though I do have a lot of those pre-made sauces in the freezer, so I'm already half done with dinner.
Oh, not your freezer.
I know, I'm a giant freezer. Yeah. God almighty. God almighty.
Those $200,000 people actually saved money because they worked from home, whereas frontline workers went backwards. Yeah, so true.
Yeah.
You said you want to go offline now.
Can you get out of the way of the camera? No, 3:30. Go.
Communism is when no freezer.
Communism is when no freezer. Yeah, go on, hurry up.
I will forever be calling your freezer the capitalist freezer.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's my capitalist freezer, definitely. My fault. God. I know, and my freezer is actually looking a little bit emptier than usual too. I haven't been able to do any bulk shopping for a while.
On this, I'm just a dog groomer, and I was meant to work through COVID, right? Well, the rich people need their dogs groomed.
Yeah, like, come on.
They wash their own fucking dog.
Yeah, my brother was a pool cleaner, and he was allowed to work continually throughout COVID as well to go and clean rich people's pools.
Well, of course, because they've got to be lounging by their pools while they work from home, sending their little emails.
Or don't even work from home, just, you know, hide in their house pretending that they're not there because they're embarrassed that somebody else is coming and cleaning their pool when they could be doing it themselves.
Yeah. They're not working from home because their tenants in their investment properties are going to work.
Yeah, exactly. Is that because the community got together and everyone got fed at the community kitchen, so no one needs to make food? You know, back in the day, yeah, there was a lot of that going on. Absolutely. Essential workers was quite a loose term. Definitely agreed. But I do still think that if we're going to call anyone an essential worker, then they're waged to guarantee them a home. Like,
to be honest, anyone who's working a full-time 38-hour-a-week work week should be able to afford a home on their wage.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't even know why that's controversial.
When all of these fucking boomers bought their houses for a fucking bag of seashells that they collected on the beach, they literally were on single incomes, because back then it was much more traditional for the mum to stay home with the kids.
Yeah.
They were often on single incomes. Obviously there are exceptions to this, but in general, the generalization, yes, I'm generalizing. Oh my God, Susie.
Yeah.
They were on single incomes, and they were someone on a modest income, or what would be considered to be a modest income, a working class income, something that these days is, you know, can't afford a house, whether it's an essential worker, a teacher, a nurse, whatever.
Yeah.
They could buy a bloody home on a quarter-acre block with 4 fucking bedrooms on that singular wage.
Yeah.
And now you can't even get approved for a rental as a couple with one person, with no kids, with one person working a job like that.
No. That's what people don't get as well. People go, oh, you've just got to get a deposit saved. No, you don't. That's step one. Step one. Well, actually, step one is a stable income. You have to have a stable income because I had a deposit saved, but my job was casual. And because of the casualisation of the workforce, this limits more and more people from getting access to home loans and mortgages. So because of the casualisation of my work, and this is the good point as well from Phantom Ash, people don't know what an essential worker is until they go to the supermarket and see all the shelves empty because there's no toilet paper. Yeah. Absolutely. But the problem is that the regulations around housing prices is that it's set by the market. And the frustrating thing is that because we keep incentivizing market growth because our economy is backed by mortgages. So the way a lot of people sort of misunderstand the way that monetary policy works in this country, and I'm really sorry for the really boring lesson. I apologize, guys.
It's not boring. I'm
Sorry.
fucking I wish this was easy to explain in the comment section to people who come
So
up with it's supply and demand.
That's
it. Because you can't say
Okay.
in the comment section.
No.
I'm ready for it.
Okay.
Let's do it.
So the way that it works is that when the banks want to stimulate economic growth, they start releasing more loans. That's how money gets created. The government doesn't create money, the banks do. So the banks create money through giving home loans to people. So that's a big influx of cash into the economy, right? And so they get to decide who isn't worthy of getting that influx of cash that goes into the economy. But that also means that they are a kind of, now I know I'm simplifying this, right? But that also kind of means that they're the arbiters of what is valuable. So basically, because by increasing the influx of cash that is available in the economy through these mortgages are then basically, they are backing our economy. The ability of these people to repay these mortgages is what the banks are counting on for that injection to be real, for that cash injection into the economy to be real.
Put it in I've seen it explained in other places, and I can't remember who. I wish we could just reference all of this, but to put it in like a more layman way of explaining it, or more of an analogy, it's when mortgages are written and houses are purchased with mortgages, that money doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It's not real money. It's money on paper.
Yes.
It's not
Yes.
money that's backed by the gold standard like money used to be. It's not tangible money.
No.
It only becomes money in the economy when the payments are made on the mortgages.
Yeah.
And when those payments are being made on the mortgages, say from a tenant paying their rent, which is then paying the mortgage, that is real money.
That then becomes real money, yeah. But, and this is the important thing, is that the promissory note that the money is going to be there is what's backing our economy. The idea that these mortgages are safe and secure and those repayments will be made is the very basis of our economy. So if we pull the rug out from that system, if we suddenly decide that houses aren't worth what banks have been saying they're worth, because they're the ones who write the mortgages and say, yes, you can borrow $400,000 to buy that house because that house is worth $400,000, so we will get this money back. That's the judgment the bank are making. If you suddenly say that everybody gets a house, you're pulling the rug out from that system because now you can't guarantee that anyone is going to buy back that house for $400,000. You don't have any guarantee you're going to get that money back other than the people who are living in the home paying the money, who now you don't think have as much incentive to pay the money because the risk of homelessness doesn't exist anywhere near as much when they can just go and get another house if you take the house back. So suddenly the whole situation becomes really shaky. And the governments have signed over the ability to create money and inject money in our economy to the banks. So they have to uphold this system because they've given it permission to run. They've given it the authority to run. So while they sit there and have these big meetings and go, why aren't you doing more to help the economy? They also have to continue backing that system because they've authorized it. And they understand that if they do anything to really address the housing crisis in a real manner, like tangible way, it is going to have a massive negative impact on the economy. So they are making the decision for us to suffer in order for the economy to remain stable. That is a decision they're making. And I understand that I understand that, and I'm still saying that they're making the wrong fucking decision. And people think that we don't understand that when we say housing for all. We do understand. We just absolutely believe that the government are making the fucking wrong call.
Exactly. And a lot of people, and something else that it's a slight tangent, but it's along the same vein that I want to touch on too, because I'm seeing people talking about a movie that was made about how the economy collapsed in 2007. The Guardian covered this back in the 2000s. They'll find the article. 100%. And I've asserted before in my videos that if we don't address the situation that's happening, there is going to be if we don't take steps to mitigate what's going on in the housing market, we are going to have a free fall. The bubble is going to burst and there is going to be a crash that has not been mitigated and is going to be disastrous in the same way that the 2008 US crash of the property market was disastrous. And people say to me, and I used the words, the 2008 subprime movie crisis, because housing crisis, because when mortgage crisis, because when you study economics or you study finance, that's what it's referred to as, the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis.
Yeah.
It's not called the first of the housing bubble.
No.
It's the subprime mortgage crisis.
Yeah.
People say to me, people have said, well, but in Australia, the lending criteria is different, and so they're not technically classified as subprime mortgages. But they are. This is the thing that people without the ability to think critically don't understand, is that, yes, it's different. The circumstances are different. However, they create the same environment.
Yeah.
Just because we're not giving out what is technically considered to be subprime mortgages in the way that the US was giving out subprime mortgages prior to 2008.
Yeah.
We are creating a subprime mortgage crisis because we are
100% we are.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
On prices that are incredibly fickle and overinflated. And to be honest, the pandemic did create somewhat of a subprime mortgage crisis because people were borrowing money when the interest rates were at their bottom.
Yes.
To buy properties while their prices were quite high.
Yeah.
And those people, a lot of the people who bought homes, and that's why so many landlords are in fucking the shit now.
Yeah.
Because people purchased properties or purchased additional properties, investment properties, during 2020, 2021, at the bottom of the interest rates, paying pretty top dollar for houses, those people would not be able to get loans today.
And those are the ones.
Those people applied for a mortgage today, they would not be approved because of interest rates. But they were approved in 2020 when the cash rate was so fucking low. And that is why it is a different version of a subprime mortgage.
And those are the ones as well who will get on there and complain that we should be grateful because they're providing housing, not realising that during that same time, they were competing with first home buyers who were also trying to take advantage of those cash rates, but a lot of whom had lost their jobs or had issues with employment because of casualisation, didn't have the backup of owning other properties, and therefore had harder times getting mortgages during that time. Everyone goes, why didn't you get a mortgage during when interest rates were that low? My job was casualised. I tried. Like, I had a casual job and COVID happened. The first home buyers were blocked out of the market in a way that investors weren't. And they go, well, if we didn't buy the properties and provide housing, who would have? If you weren't buying all the properties and providing other options as well for these mortgages, and the banks were trying to encourage buying by offering 0% interest rates, and you weren't the ones buying all the properties, that would leave more first home buyers with opportunities to buy properties, because it would open it up to more people, because the bank were trying to get people to buy property to help promote, to inflate the market during that downturn.
Exactly.
You know, and that's the thing people don't get. It's like you are the direct competition for the people who you're claiming you're providing housing for. No, you're not. You're exploiting their need for housing. Yeah.
Hoarding the housing.
If you would go away and stop hoarding our housing, we'd be fine. Sorry, don't mind me. Don't look.
Okay, I'm reading comments. We got a mortgage in 21 at 2.44, went out 6% and struggling, but very happy we are in our own.
Yeah. Mine's the same.
Big thing that I enjoy.
My payments have gone up 25% in the year since I've been in this place.
The Big Short is the movie. If you missed that comment, yeah, that's a good movie to watch. It's, yeah. Landlords, investment properties are the same as purchasing stocks, no guarantee. Exactly.
25% my mortgage has gone up by. But you know what the great thing is about it as well? The bank don't want to kick you out. You don't get a breach notice at the first missed mortgage payment.
Yeah, and that's what I think, you know, people don't understand. And, like, don't get me wrong, I've got sympathy for people who own their, like, have bought their first home and are now struggling to make repayments. I will say that like, you know, to borrow when it was like at the bottom of the interest rates and think that, like, yes, they've gone up extremely quickly, but like they were going to go up. So, like, a lot of people seem to think that not people in the comments here, like just other people that I have encountered in real life, unfortunately, seem to think that they weren't going to have to deal with an interest rate rise in the next 5 years. And I was like, well, that's kind of your fucking mistake that you didn't.
Yeah, we planned to be paying what we're paying now. When we got the mortgage, we had already budgeted for it to go up to what it is now when we got the mortgage.
You need to think forward.
We weren't expecting it to go up that quickly. Like, we weren't expecting to be paying that much within the first year.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
We had budgeted for it when we got the mortgage. We knew we could afford it without struggling.
Yeah, but that's the thing too. Like, a lot of, you know, again, the working class like with each other. A lot of mortgage holders will try to demonize renters for, you know, being vocal about their struggles, or for us for advocating for renters' struggles, because they're also doing it tough, which 100%, like, I've got sympathy for. But like you were saying, Tamara, like, you don't get kicked out of your home that you own if you're behind on your mortgage anywhere near as quickly as you risk being unhoused in a rental property if you're unable to make rent. Like,
and my savings are in an offset account against my mortgage as well. So my savings are in an offset account, which lowers the interest rate that I'm paying back on the mortgage. And because my savings are in an offset account, if I miss a mortgage repayment, the bank goes, well, we know she's got savings in the account, so we're not panicking. I don't have to give them my savings, but they look at my savings and go, well, she's got a little bit of money there. The frustrating thing is with the offset account is because of what my ex did, I had to lock this offset account, so I can't access it now. I'm about 8 months away from being able to access it again because I had 12 grand in there and he took the whole lot out in a little tantrum. Yeah. So I locked the offset account because when I was working, I was having part of my wage going into it because any money that I put into my offset account was also tax free. Like, I was tax deductible because of the job that I had at the time. So, you know.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, like, if
void life,
especially when you look at, like, from 2020 until now, if someone bought in 2020 and is now, like, struggling to make their loan repayments, like, there's a good chance that you will make a significant capital gain if you choose to sell your property.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you might need to go back to renting, which obviously we don't want.
No.
And we don't want that pressure on the market, and we don't want people to have to go.
But you have a lot of other options before that as well. There are a lot of other
100%,
options when you own the property. And that's what people don't get as well. There's so much more stability. Like, people say, well, if we didn't own the property and provide housing, like, ownership provides so much more stability for people who need it, people who have families, people who have disabilities, for example, and need to know they're going to have access to services, people who need aged care, people who have family that they need to care for, people who just want to remain close to their family and things. There are so many different things that mean that people need the stability that comes with knowing you're not necessarily going to get kicked out every 12 months. We still have no fault fucking evictions. Like, they could just choose to evict you.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's just, anyway, fucking.
End of a fixed term agreement. Oh, bye.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And that's what people don't get as well. People say, you know, I get so many people saying to me that I should have had my children taken off of me because I lost my home. And I said, I live in a state with no fault evictions. I had enough money in the bank that I could have paid them the next year's worth of rent if they were going to let me stay. They refused. They wanted me gone, and they let the house fall into disrepair, and they let mold grow up the back wall in order to force us out so that they could demolish the place. And like, people say to me that, like, what the fuck are you supposed to do when you have a market that commodifies a basic necessity? What, like, you have control over people's very access to stable life, like, you know, fucking hell.
And it's yeah. And people say, and this is where, you know, it's a cycle that people don't understand, because they say, oh, well, you were homeless, so you should have had your kids taken off of you.
Yeah.
Okay? And then, do you understand what happens when kids are separated from their parents and put into the system, and how that then affects those children's propensity to criminality when they grow up, and their job prospects and their ability to access higher education, and for them to fall into a cycle of, you know, not being able to access stable housing? Like, do you not see how that attitude breeds?
Yeah.
That's where poverty breeds poverty. That's
Absolutely.
where it intergenerationally starts to
Yep.
have an even more adverse effect on families because
And from in that tent,
in-
from within that tent, I got them 3 square meals a day. I got them to school every day. I got their clothes cleaned. I had access to showers for them. Like from within that tent, I provided everything that those kids need. And it was the best I could fucking do because of a system that is set up to prioritizing other people's profit over people's access to basic necessities. But they think that those kids should have been taken away from me.
Yeah.
Like,
Absolutely.
really? And put in the system, the same system that created the problems that we're now struggling with? Like, this system.
Exposed to violence.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
those things.
Yeah, absolutely. I am, but this is why I'm just such a strong advocate for it. People say to me, why don't you open up your home? What do you think? Like, absolutely, I fucking do. What do you think this is? Like, again, you think I should be doing everything before I can call on the system to do anything? The same system that, again, is creating the problem that results in kids needing to be taken away from their parents because the parents can't provide them a safe and stable living situation. Often as well, because of the circular nature of the criminal justice system that sees parents constantly taken out of their homes, which sees them taken off the wait list for housing. And then they've got to go, they can't go on the wait list until they know they're going to be out within the next 6 months. And it's like a 7-year long wait list for these houses.
Yeah.
So it would like just create a cycle of ongoing homelessness where these kids never have a stable home to go to.
It's the government's job to make sure.
Why should I allow squatters to live in my 3 homes regardless of if no one lives in them? You don't have to let people. People are just going to.
Deal with it. HSBRA King.
It's happening whether you like it or not. Preferably you won't, because that makes it more fun for us. Rachel doesn't want to be on screen while I'm singing my little I Hate Landlord song.
Oh, did I go away?
You disappeared.
Because I went to check out King's profile, just like half a dozen or a dozen videos about his fucking V8 Commodore, mate. Because he's a fucking
Okay, for people who are worried, in order to have squatters' rights, you have to have possession of the entire property, and you have to be openly living in the property for like over a decade in order to be able to claim squatters' rights. So, like in all honesty, if anyone is able to fulfill those requirements in a property that you own as an investment, you deserve it. Like you fucking deserve it, and I don't give a shit. You're not going to find me saying anything else. Sorry.
Where do these people come from? What if you beat up the people who squat in your room? What if we beat you up?
Like you can't. You have to have possession of the entire property.
Oh, it's not all landlords. Interest rates are going up, and a lot of landlords now need to sell. I actually saved an article by Daily Mail of all fucking people on Facebook the other day that I want to make a video about, but my ADHD is not letting me make videos at the moment. But about landlord crocodile tears of the fact that they're selling up and that 30% of all houses being sold are ex-investment properties, blah, blah, blah. And, it's just becoming so hard to be a landlord these days.
Then don't.
You're not going to get a bit of sympathy from me because you chose for the investment market for you to put all of your eggs in the one basket of the investment market that is the commoditization of the human right. Use the human right as an investment, it comes with the responsibility to maintain that investment. It comes with outlay costs. Like if you want to have a dehumanized investment that you want to put all your eggs in the basket of, buy some fucking shares in the stock market for fuck's sake. But you're all too stupid to do that. The reason why all of these investors are in the property market and not other investment classes is because the property market has the lowest barriers to entry. And when people hear lowest barriers to entry, they think that only means financial.
Okay.
It actually doesn't. It's all barriers, including your fucking mental capacity and intelligence and knowledge on investing. And, I'm not one to usually come for people's intelligence and whatnot because, standardized testing is fucking, we don't need it. And it's bullshit. But, People who don't know how to invest elsewhere invest in property. People who don't have any knowledge of other investment markets invest in property, because any idiot can buy a property. But to actually
What exactly? Hang on, I just want to. Sorry, this twat guy. He wants to come on. Quick question. Should we let him on? He said, "Worst case, you boot me."
I don't care. It's up to you.
All right, but then this other comment. What exactly have you done? You can't even buy a house, and you're probably 10th generation. Speak for yourself. Sorry, keep going, Rach. Keep going. Keep ranting.
I love when people are like trying to be insulting, and like I said, I don't usually come for people's intelligence or grammar or spelling.
Yeah.
When you're trying to put us down, but then you don't even know which "you're" to use in a sentence.
I know.
Come on, buddy.
I know. No, I know that wasn't you, twat. Don't stress.
Also, you use the wrong "you're" again.
Yeah, I know. Use the wrong "you're" again. God Almighty. No, we know that wasn't you, twat. We were laughing at some of the other comments in the chat, though. Do you mind shutting the wooden door? Sorry, kids. Can you go in and out? That glare's getting a bit much for me now. Don't come through here. You're going out the back? All right, let me just turn. Okay, just be careful. Coming in through there. Hi, yeah, we can hear you.
So, like, yeah, I'm 35. Basically, what would you describe me as? A stereotypical white privileged male.
Right.
So, you know, I'm beef with the system. That's why I was, you know.
No, you can't use those
I
ones.
wanted to get on here.
What words can I use?
So, hang on, what were we talking about before? You were talking about the generational wealth.
Sorry, that'll be.
Well, when were we talking about generational wealth?
I'm not sure. Sorry, hang on.
What were we just speaking about before?
We were talking about people having investment properties and treating them like more like a get rich quick scheme. We were talking about people owning investment properties and treating it more like a get rich quick scheme, and treating it like, you know, the fact that they're providing a service by providing housing, when that is just not the case.
Investment is supposed to be risk versus reward. I cannot see any risk in owning property.
No, because there can't be one.
Years, and like they cry poor, saying, you know, oh, the last 12 months have been difficult for me because of interest rate rises, but that risk versus reward, it literally comes down to that.
Yeah.
If you cannot sustain that investment, you can't afford it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing too, like if they're going to complain about the fact that, you know, you don't know how hard things have gotten for us, okay, get out of the game. Get out of the game. Like, you have that option. You always have that option. And anyone acting like they don't have that option, or like we should feel any pity for them whatsoever, when they have made they've made a choice to commodify somebody else's need for housing in order to profit themselves. And people saying that you don't know how hard it is, you don't know how much, there's not that much profit in it, then don't do it. What is your motivation for doing it then? You want us to feel sorry for you? You want us to believe that it's so difficult, you don't make that much money from it? You want us to believe that the cost to reward ratio is so fucking low and we don't understand how hard it is? Then just fucking stop. We'd be more than happy if you all just fucking stopped. And then we would all stop harassing you. Win-win. Win fucking win.
He capitalized on a broken system. Like, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
If I was in a position, you know, in the 1970s onwards, to start purchasing property at a fraction of the price that, you know, we are today, I would have done the same thing. It's unrealistic to say that as a human being I wouldn't have done the same thing, but it's exactly that. It basically is fueled by greed.
Yeah.
I see that nowadays. It's what is it? I think you did the math on it, and it's 12.2 times. Basically, it comes down to 12.2 times harder for the average person to afford the average home in Australia.
Yeah. Yeah, there are landlords in the chat. Absolutely, there are. And yeah, it is.
Let them be.
No, and like having people as well in the chat saying things like people need food, but you still have to buy it. We've also been talking on here for the last how long have we been on here? 4 hours about how to circumvent the commodification of things like food as well. Don't worry. Like we're not just singling out those who are commodifying housing. All the motherfuckers who are trying to make it, like, we're born into fucking debt because of a system that prioritizes other people's profit over our basic need to subsist as human beings. Like, it's not even about thriving. It's just basic fucking survival. And it's an absolute joke. It's an absolute fucking joke.
The fact that cost of living is even a term that exists in society is disgraceful in itself.
Landlord tears. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Well, this is the thing. Tomorrow raised the question of, like, if not for this, exponential profit that landlords like to think that they're going to get, like, and if it's so risky and the cost benefit outweigh, like, isn't if the balance sheet's not adding up, why invest in property? And the article that I was reading that was talking to these landlords about why they were getting out of the game, was, and why they're selling up, was because. Not just because of the increased costs, not only from interest rates, but also things like land taxes and whatnot, but it was also the reason they all cited was an increase in tenants' rights.
Fantastic.
For them to have control over their homes and what the tenants were
Good.
and didn't do in their homes. And that became very glaringly obvious for me. It made it very obvious to me that whether they realise it or not, one of the reasons that they invest in property is because they like having that power over people.
Yep, absolutely.
Because if one of the reasons that you're citing
for needing to get out of the game
invest it any longer is because of your loss of control and loss of power over your tenants, not financially, but also socially with how they live their lives within your properties, then that means that part of your motivation for having that investment in the first place was to be able to exercise that control and power that you now feel has been taken away from you.
And don't forget, some of these rents include some of these rights, that they're so pissed off that people are getting, include things like the right to keep your pet.
Yeah, a lot of them cited that specifically.
Fucking hell. Like, just the humanity, the absolute humanity.
The right to be able to deny applications based on whether people have kids.
Fucking disgusting.
It's completely ridiculous.
Yep. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
What are you?
These kids.
I know. What are you doing?
I need to get a razor.
A razor? Well, they're not here, are they? They're all that way.
No, a razor. I tell the top one because I accidentally got.
Okay, well, that's not going to work. You're going to have to get a whiteboard marker and wipe it off with some dry paper towel.
So can I use this?
No, you can't use that. Okay, yes, you can use that. Get the paper towel. Sorry. Far out. I know Emery's back. Great. Yay. My God, my children. Love them. I love them dearly. But oh my goodness me. They just, and this is the thing too. My kids have been homeless twice and they're not even in double digits in terms of their age yet. Tamara, are you a single mum? Yes, I am.
That's nuts. Like, I've been homeless. By definition, I was homeless from the age of 16 to 22.
Yep.
I hunkered down in, what were they, stairwells in shopping centers before because it was better than being out in the cold. And personally, where I am now in life, I don't understand how anyone is doing it. I'm barely struggling to survive. This is me and my dog.
Yeah.
So I really do not understand the finances. Like, my biggest thing is numbers. Numbers just, I don't know, they do something for me. But I understand them. And when I put finances through, I just don't get how anyone is doing it.
No.
It's ridiculous.
It is very, very, very tough out there. And I think a lot of people don't who's on the voice, whatever. Oh, we've got Twat. Twat, sorry. Twat. Have you got another name we can call you? That seems a bit inappropriate.
Those are my initials.
Oh, okay. So
Just take the first initial and call you T.
You can just call me Tim. That's fine.
Tim, okay, no worries. So we've got Rach and Tim on the chat over here. Was going to join Tina but cooking. No problem, Stebbin. No problem, cuz. I enjoy a good twat. Of course you do. Of course you do, Emery. Naughty, naughty individual you.
What's that? What?
Oh, that is on where all of the fun happens over on the Twitch stream. That's where all the naughty stuff happens. Yeah. We're not allowed to do any of the fun stuff on TikTok, so all the fun stuff happens over on Twitch.
I do love the challenge of TikTok, though. It's, wording things so they're insulting but not insulting, so they pass the community guidelines.
Malachi.
What?
Fine. That's it. Don't come back in. Sorry. My children are great. Love them. I love them so much. God almighty. Yes. Sorry, what were we saying?
Nothing important, I can guarantee you that.
Okay.
Hang on, let's go through the comments. What's going on in the comments? Comments are always good.
Yeah, someone said saying twat in the stream can't be as bad as having someone read purple pingers on national TV and calling that journalism. Yeah, that does tickle me also, Emery. Yes, absolutely. Daddy Emery is back on the Twitch chat, so things are definitely picking up over there again. I've had some terrible landlords. They seem to forget we're human too. And that's the thing, I think, that most landlords want this. They want us to have this great, like, ambivalent, like this. They want us to have this almost referential attitude towards them when they don't even want to have the decency of treating the people who live in their homes as deserving of having the basic right to hang their own photos on the walls. Like, the walls in your property are of more value than my children having their awards hang up on the walls and then having their photos of their family up, especially the family they don't get to see very often, especially in a household with a split family where dad's not around very much. Like, why on earth are we prioritizing other people's desire to keep their home? Like, the home's going to disintegrate over time anyway, regardless. Like, let people hang fucking portraits on their pictures, for God's fucking sake. If you're going to charge them to live there and then try and claim that you're offering them a fucking service, at least make it somewhere decent to live.
I'm just going to jump in here. If the houses were built in the 1970s, they're probably going to last a lifetime. They were built.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, no chance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and right now people are living in apartment buildings where they're not even allowed to put up like 3M hooks to hang their own pictures up. It's flipping ridiculous.
That's a joke.
Yes.
Like, that's ridiculous. Like,
yeah, Victoria has got some of the more progressive rules. One of the things that I would like to point out as well for people who don't understand, when people say that landlords offer a service, landlords do not, and this has actually been proven time and time again, landlords are actually contributing to climate change in a massive way because their properties are less likely to have environmental things like having insulation in the ceiling, for example. Now, in a lot of places, Victoria is one of the only places that allows the tenant to put insulation in the ceiling at their own expense if they want to in the property that they're living in. But the landlord won't pay for it or anything, but it allows the tenant to at least do that. Other states, at their own expense, other states allow the landlord to prevent the tenant from putting insulation in the ceiling. So making beneficial changes to the property that they are living in, that they're paying to live in.
But also, it's not even just the environmental factor. It's like there were studies done over summer of how unlivable houses are because of how hot they are. And there are studies done in winter of how unlivable houses are because of how cold they are. So it's having an effect on people's actual physical health as well as the environment.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And people, like, when we have, we're having extreme weather. Last year was the hottest year on record. Once again, keeps happening year after year. But we're having more and more extreme weather events. People are less and less able to afford access to things like electricity, and they're not allowed to do basic things like insulate the homes that they're living in order to try and provide some relief. Like, we're creating issues on top of issues on top of issues. And again, she's a stereotype. Where do we? I'm
You're
just
saying that you're a rainbow lady that believes in climate change. You probably believe in use paper straws too.
Yeah.
actually, we shouldn't have to use paper straws because plastic straws are actually not the fucking downfall of the environment.
I just
It's
don't
fucking
use.
corporations and
Yeah.
mining companies that are.
I actually just don't use straws because I don't have any issues with accessibility that require me to use a straw in order to consume drinks. So I avoid excess use of items where I can. So instead of like when we have the reduce, reuse, and then recycle, reduce your use where you can. If you do not require straws for accessibility reasons, just don't use them. Like, just don't use them. And again, these are those little acts of rebellion things. Like, reduce and it's not about the fact that it's going to make a huge issue or whatever, a huge difference, but it's just about reducing your needs and your connections and your links with the capitalist overlords in as many ways as you can. Finding ways to not need them and not require, like, finding ways to not need to go and get a straw, finding ways around depending on them and their systems. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Like, people like Emery require them. They'll choke without them. And so there are people who have accessibility issues, which mean they need them.
I would love to know how his paper straws. I don't know what their gender is.
He or they is fine, yeah. Daddy, usually.
Daddy.
Daddy.
That's how you identify. Daddy feels about his straws.
Yeah.
Every time I have to use a paper straw and they get 3 sips out of it and then it's over.
Yep, exactly. And the reusable silicone ones that break down are actually worse for the environment to produce than the old plastic ones were. So, and the thing is too, is people with disabilities can't necessarily use metal ones because a lot of the time it's about like not having jaw control and things, and having metal in your mouth when you don't have great jaw control can lead to injuries and damage. So there are people.
Also, even if it's not jaw control, even if it's just control of your hands, a metal straw, you can take your bloody eye out or something.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. I also need straws to help me drink. I have sensory issues with cups. Yeah, exactly. And that's what we talk about all the time with nuance. There are people who are going to need access and people who are going to need people who are going to have to do things like consume meat. And there are others of us who aren't. There are those of us who are going to be able to buy produce at the markets and those of us who aren't. There are going to be those of us who are able to grow a community garden to help provide food for their communities. Those of us who can have chickens to help those in our communities. And those of us who aren't. And that's fine. It's not about trying to do everything. It's about trying to find ways that you can contribute to the community and recognizing but also recognizing the value in other people's contributions and not dismissing them just because they don't look like the usual general manual labor that you expect to see as, a contribution to society,
Yeah.
I noticed that T didn't read out my comment about the French solution for landlords. T is really loving the fact that I have not yet got Rach banned, because the last time Rach went live with me, I got them kicked off TikTok for a month. So I'm aiming to not do that again. Sorry, Tim, go.
Oh no, I was about to agree with you before. Shit, I don't know what it is now, but let's just keep going.
We can rant with the best of them.
I've got to get quicker with you.
Much quicker. There's no pauses in any of the speaking right now. Haven't you seen any of my TikToks? I can rant. Rach and I could rant for the country, seriously.
What's your message? They're new to this channel. Our message is housing for all.
Housing for all, housing first.
It's just a basic one.
Why do you keep playing with your hair?
Right. It's a process of life.
Yep, basic right. Everybody gets a house. Why do I keep playing with my hair? Because I am autistic. And one of the things, when I tie it up, I'm self-conscious about it, but it gives me a headache. And when it's down, I'm self-conscious about it. That's why. I do have a hair tie there.
Mine's all naughty. That's why I've been playing with mine, because it's...
Yeah. I have a hair tie here for when it gets too much for me, and I do just need to tie it up. Tamara, this will be my last chance to speak to you before I go away. What? You're going away? I'm going to miss you. Love you. Have fun. Are you going somewhere fun? Please tell me you're going somewhere fun. Playing with your hair is based. Yes, Kim, playing with your hair is based. That's why. There we go.
ADHD loves your rants.
Yeah, see? And that's the thing. I get so many comments from people saying, oh, you talk way too quickly. And I'm like, well, the majority of people I get comments from, I found my audience because most people's comments are, oh, your rants scratch the ADHD part of my brain in the best way. And I'm like, yep, found my people.
And other people who are like, oh, I usually watch videos on 2 times speed, but I don't want to with yours. And I'm like, yeah.
Oh, have fun, Amy. Amy's going to Heron Island to free dive for 4 days. Yay. All good. I thought you really had a message for our people. I do have a message for our people. What are you talking about? We're starting Join the Revolution over on Discord. Find the link on my Ko-fi, on my profile. You'll find all the information to organise over there. That's where all the real organising happens. This is where we do the advertising. Playing with other people's hair is one of my fave things, with consent, of course. Yes, always important to have consent. Yes.
I consent to someone playing with my hair.
Yeah.
I love having my hair played with until I tell you to stop, until it becomes too much of a sense.
Yeah. All the comments in the chat on Twitch are getting very base too. Neurotypicals are just so incapable of variance. Like, yeah, they're completely boring individuals with no spiciness. Yeah. I kind of feel like that needs to go on one of our shirts now as well. All right, another coffee. Who needs another coffee? I need another coffee.
You need another coffee.
Oh, yeah, it helps me calm me down. Without caffeine, I go right off the rails. I'm so excited. Yes. What time is it? 4 p.m.
Yeah.
I think I need to jump on Twitch. What's the name? Tomorrow versus the Void. Here, there, and everywhere. If you want to find the links, jump over to my profile, the link to my Ko-fi, and on my Ko-fi is the links to all my other social media and all that great stuff. No worry, Travesty James. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for being here, Travesty.
Yay, the labyrinth. Yeah, good luck. Go and navigate the labyrinth. See if you can find it. Mind the Minotaur. Yes, mind the Minotaur. All or nothing mentalities that are the reason so many neurodivergents are traumatized with the all or nothing stresses, because naturally we're in the grey. Yeah, that tends to be where we're the most comfortable, for sure. I am very glad though that video is doing well, because I genuinely would like to see what their response is. They're going to apologize for stupid jokes about, like, they
being in all seriousness.
They fucking well should.
If there was enough of a backlash online, do you think that we would see them apologize?
They apologized for the joke about what's his name? Reuben's joke. You know, I love Jesus. I don't know any man who can get nailed for 3 days and still come back for more. They apologized for that. Like,
That was gold. That joke was gold.
that is the best. That was the best.
It was hilarious.
Art. It was fucking art. Absolutely. What's going to be the next beef that breaks out on TikTok whilst I'm gone? Who knows? But I will no doubt live stream it over on YouTube and Twitch for you. Hopefully it will be more about squatting. Yeah, absolutely. They'll apologize for that, but they're not going to say anything about her smirking and laughing about people living in houses that aren't connected to electricity. Like, just as a start, just as a fucking start. Like, are people really living in these abandoned houses?
Do you think?
Oh.
Do you think that it's more do you think we're more likely to get an apology out of the project or out of the Smith family for her comments?
Smith family.
I think the Smith family will definitely be more likely to react to it because they're directly dealing with people living in poverty. I
Do
think.
they have a TikTok account?
I don't know. I couldn't seem to find them to tag them.
You couldn't find them to tag them?
No.
They must have one.
They don't.
Maybe I'll share it onto X, Twitter, and see if they've got a Twitter account that I can
They
tag
would
them
have
in
an
it.
Instagram, wouldn't they?
Oh,
We need to get
yeah.
Jordy to share your video on Instagram
Yeah.
and tag them.
Yeah. Okay. Poor Geordie getting inundated. When can we protest for housing? Soon, fingers crossed. Very soon.
In housing protests,
Yeah.
I think they were all Greens like events, Greens rallies, but there's not nothing. Do you know what I mean? Like there has been something.
Pink says 89 wants to go back on TikTok now because they can't see Rach over here. Yeah. I don't know why Rach won't join on the StreamYard. We'll get Rach on the StreamYard. We'll set up Rach's YouTube and get them set up on the StreamYard next time.
I'll re-log into Signal and message you, or I'll message you on here and then I'll message you on Signal and you can make me do it.
Yeah, all right.
I'll get my laptop out.
Because I go live on Fridays as well usually, so you've got the opportunity tomorrow if you're up for it, unless Isaac's working from home again.
He's working from home for a while.
Oh.
Next month, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I couldn't get in there because he was already in there with the door shut and my laptop was in there.
Oh,
That's why
yeah.
I was like,
Yeah. Well, the thing is, what I wanted to organise, I organised a protest last year where I wanted to try and get everyone to apply for social housing to get them to see just how bad the problem was with people needing housing. Like anyone who was searching for a rental to apply for Department of Housing. And I got a whole heap of people attacking me for it. And I was like, but these are people in need of housing. This is what social housing is supposed to be. For some reason, the rhetoric in our community has changed and we see social housing as being something that's limited to people who are only the most needy amongst us.
Yeah.
But every single one of us is at risk of losing our housing while we have the housing medic set up while it is. And so without those accurate numbers to reflect how many are really in need of social housing, the government can keep culling off the social housing on the pretext that not as much demand for it as there used to be. You know?
That's the other thing too, is so people often ask in my comment section like, oh, well, if there are no landlords providing, who's going to provide housing?
There are so many community housing providers already.
But like anyone, if housing was more affordable in an ideal world, anyone who didn't want to or, you know, didn't have the means to purchase their own property, they would rent a property through the government.
Yeah.
Through social housing.
Yep, through community housing programs. Yeah.
Everybody else owns their own home and lives in it. So really, every single renter
We've got to 5 eggs.
should be applying for social housing. Like I agree with you. Like I totally understand.
Housing should not be privatized. It's a
100%.
It's not a business. It's a necessity.
And people need to remember as well that the social safety net is not a social safety net that's there for us. It's a social safety net so that we don't lean back on the French solution. Yeah. It's to protect those who have all of the capital so that we don't scale the walls and take back what's rightfully ours. That's what the safety net's really there for.
If there were no landlords, we would all own homes. Exactly. Hey, Mitch. Mitch messaged me because I saw that you've booked your flight. I've got a friend who's...
Save some for the children.
Tomorrow, I have a friend who's moving over to your side of the ditch.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Don't worry, the children have had plenty of eggs, Emery. They ate like 4 each in the car on the way home yesterday. I've had lots of eggs. It was an Emery gift for the children. I've stolen quite a few of them now. The idea of affording more than one house and opening your spare house to care for those in need. What I really want to do is if we can buy this property is to have it set up so that it could provide housing, like permanent housing there for people who wanted to be part of the community, who had needs that the community could help and support, but also provide transient housing for people who are at different stages of their life, needed a leg up, needed a helping hand. But we would also want a permanent community to be set up there in order to manage and maintain the property. So that would be the end goal. And as I said, there's already 3 different levels of housing. We've got the permanent dwellings, the tiny houses, and the yurts. So we've already thought we've got quite a comprehensive plan going at the moment. Oh, you didn't eat eggs here. Oh. Sorry, what?
Do you want to address Angela's comment?
What did Angela say?
She was capitalism. To demonize landlords.
Yeah, why demonize those who are profiting off of the suffering of others in a system that perpetuates that suffering on a systemic level, and poverty is a choice that is being promoted by those who are benefiting from the system? So why should we point our fingers at those who are, again, benefiting from that system? I think Angela might be a landlord.
I like the point that Backhouse made. Landlords were an issue before capitalism. Landlords were an issue in other social, political systems as well.
Yes, that is correct. But our relationship with landowners and landlords was very, very different. For example, you could rock up on someone's property and start farming and build a house there and start farming on a blank piece of land, and they couldn't stop you, because if they were not utilizing the property, you could set up shop there and start farming on it. That was the right of possession and the right of tenancy under those systems.
Isn't that what Indigenous is promoting right now?
Yes.
To some degree.
Yes. There's a lot going on in that space right now.
Oh, yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah,
We advocate.
we
Oh,
do.
yeah.
Absolutely. We have a
From my perspective, as a tradesman, I have considered in the last 12 months going to one of those areas that, there's 100 plus houses that are half constructed, and just going to town. Like, why not? I can build it. I know what I'm doing.
yeah.
And at the end of the day, I sort of rationalize it saying, if someone came up and said, there's an issue with it, all right, I'll just move on to the next one. If we're at the point where we have to squat to have safety and security, well, from where I sit, my experience says that, I can build what I need to build, safety, security wise. And after that point, if I was to get caught out, just move on to the next one.
Yeah, and that's pretty much like the right of adverse possession is you have to be there for an extended period of time. You have to be living there openly. You have to have possession of the entire property. So it's not an easy thing to do by any stretch of the imagination. But people act as though every single house is at risk of then becoming And we've got a squatters' rights thing on the Discord for anyone who does need more information about this as well. But Emery was actually just telling me the other day that and this is the other problem as well, the system is set up in such a way that if you are someone who has at any point managed to buy yourself a house, you are then stuck with that. Like because you aren't able to just easily sell and move somewhere else if you need to move and then sell the property for any reason, you find yourself, especially if you're someone who, again, relies on a government payment for, like I do, for example, even though if I was to sell my house, I would then obviously need to buy a new house. That income would then just stop my payments. So I would have to live off any money that I made from selling my house rather than using that to buy a new place, which then, and you got to pay like massive amounts of tax and things off of it. And they basically trap you into this perpetual home ownership. But one way that some people in different communities have found around that is by doing swapped rental sort of situations. But even in people who have done that, who found ways to sort of rent out to other people in a communist sort of way, and Emery was saying this as well, having massive issues because Emery is in that sort of a situation. And the landlord is the real estate agent who manages the property is constantly trying to get them to put the rent up, constantly trying to get them to add extra expenses and things. And they're just constantly trying to, it's ridiculous the pressures that come from them because they get to make money based on results that they get. If we can show that we can get people more rent than any other agency, we're going to get more properties and we're going to be able to, make more money. And it's just it's perpetuating, and it's off of the backs. People think that the free market is great, but it's not free. It's just costing those who have less power to do anything about it in the system the way that it's set up at the moment.
100%.
Sorry, another rant.
The opportunity that we have is nothing in comparison to what 20 years ago. You can just even 10 years ago before wait, hang on, we're 2024. 15, before the GFC, so 2008.
Yeah.
The opportunities that were presented up until that point will never be the same again.
Yep. And even
And
just being
that's
able
the issue.
and just being able to do things like put up shelves and paint the walls. You know, real estate agents don't want you to be able to personalize places. You have to always be reminded that you are a guest there, an unwanted guest who's paying for the privilege of residing in a place where they don't even want you to brush the walls with your furniture. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous.
It's an absolute joke. I've got a story when I was
Yeah.
early 20s. Rented half a house from a landlord. So the doorway was basically sealed up, and she was on the other side of the door. So we lived there for 6 months, and that did not come without its problems.
No, of course not.
Who'd have thought it? First, the amount of electricity that we used, because it was included in the rental, it was water and electricity. And the first thing was, the amount of electricity we used, which was, we had the exhaust fan on in the bathroom of it was a 1-bedroom, so 1 lounge room, kitchen, bathroom. That was literally it. And we had mold everywhere. It was rising damp.
Yeah. Yep.
That's what it was. So we had the exhaust fan on in the bathroom most of the time because it just it was the only basically exhaust in the house, and that was the first issue. During this process, right, we went to the landlord. Started off on the first real estate agent. By the end of the 6-month lease, or it wasn't the end of it, we ended it early. She was on the third real estate agent. Yeah. So basically, we dealt with the first one, and they just sort of went, you know what, we're going to call it quits. She's nuts. The second one was pretty much the same thing. The third one was encouraging us to leave as soon as possible.
Yeah.
We ended up going to tribunal because there was a cockroach infestation in the place. Like I said,
fucking hell.
Yeah, I'm afraid. So, sort of looked around. I was like, okay, there's cockroaches coming out of the wardrobe. Where are they coming from? And it was a built-in wardrobe. And I sort of looked up, and I realized that the cornice up the top was not connected. So there's a massive hole where these cockroaches are coming out. All right, sweet. We spoke to the landlord. This was all by word. This is the key thing here.
Yeah, you need to get it in writing. You've got to communicate with your landlords in writing, people.
100%. If you're going to do anything, get it in writing.
Yeah.
So I just went, you know what? I can probably deal with that. I got a standard phone, which is, from Bunnings, it's like $8. From work, it was cheaper.
Yeah.
Fixed the problem, never had the issue with the cockroaches again. Like I said, 6 months later, down the track, she took us to the tribunal saying, I altered the ceiling and installed listing devices.
Yep. That's just disgusting. And they feel completely justified. They act gobsmacked. This is what really terrifies me about this as well. And this is exactly what Emery was saying. Like, they're charging rent way below market rate. The real estate agent was trying to get them to evict their tenant so that they could put the rent up by like $200 a week by getting a new tenant in there. All of this sort of dodgy stuff. And this is what real estate agents are telling their owners to do all around the fucking country. And they're fucking doing it. But because they're dehumanizing tenants to that point, like, where you're not deserving of a home, you're not deserving of privacy, you're not deserving, like, they literally see no problem with it. Like, why would it matter that I'm putting cameras in my home that I own just because you live there? Like, they literally, this is how warped their thinking is, because we've allowed them to commodify a basic necessity. Like, it's so fucked. They would literally not see a problem with it because they would think they were justified.
The biggest issue right now that I can see is that landlords see a house as a house. To you and I,
yeah, it's a home. Exactly.
It's safety, it's security, it's it's my safe place. Oh,
Yeah, it's just more and more of that. The rich getting richer off the backs of the people who, you know, have needs that they can't meet easily.
yeah,
Oh,
100%.
very disappointed. Very disappointed in the state of the world, the state of politics at the moment. Anyway.
I mean, the whole world is driven by money. You put it down to that.
Yeah, capitalism. Capitalism. Gotta love capitalism.
Look, people label it whatever they want. It's money. Like,
Well, yeah, I mean, I've said this before. Money's fake. We made it up. None of it. Like, I've said this so many times. Like, economic.
It's numbers on a screen to me.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
It's that's why I say economics is astrology for commerce bros. Like, it's literally all fucking made up.
That is perfect.
It is. It's exactly what it fucking is, and it's like that's great. You like read your star chart. I don't care. Like, you know, I've got really good friends who are really into it, and they follow the horoscopes like nobody's business. Okay, great, but you don't get to decide government policy that way. I'm sorry. Like, no, Emery, I'm sorry. You do not get to decide government policy. I know you'll be very disappointed to hear that. Sorry, I am going to have to sign off now because I've been on here for nearly 5 hours. Cough, Emery, cough. Yeah. Haha. Yeah, we see the void bringer, little ninja in the background there. Landlord houses as a profit-making venture for their own futures and tenants the means to enrich them. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I am going to have to log off, my lovely people, because I am going to have to go and feed my children. So, sorry to love you and leave you. Thank you so much for joining us today for this discussion. Thank you for joining us today for this discussion. Appreciate that. Tim, you specifically, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Anytime.
So, like, you know,
anytime. It's always nerve-wracking when you're not. Yeah.
I completely get it.
Especially when you're not familiar with the name from the chat. Usually if it's someone I recognize from like the comments, I'm like, yeah, you know, I know this person, but yeah.
I mean, realistically, you see the profile picture that I've got, you see the name Swat, you don't really think twice about it.
It's a little bit nerve-wracking. There's a few different ways it could go, yeah.
That's why I said, I was like, look, give me a go. Worst case scenario, you just boot me.
Yeah, well, that's what convinced me in the end. I was like, yeah, okay, fair enough. Like, that's all right. That's someone who's just, you know, obviously not planning on coming on here and making a big stir. So, oh, good.
Not at all. It's contribution. That's
Yes.
what I'm trying to say. Sorry, I need to go and eat.
Yeah, I was going to say it's now 4:30, so I've got to go and cook my kids' dinner. Thank you guys so much for joining wherever you've been driving from. Porque no dos, really? Yeah, why not both? All right. Love yous and leave yous. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Tim. And yeah, don't forget to share, like, subscribe, do all the things I was just asking you to do. And specifically that video for the project. Let's try and fucking, to the void. Let's try and get them to at least make a fucking response. All right. See what we can do. All right. See yous. All right. See yous. Love yous all. I'll see you on the Discord.